Meeting of the St. Paul City Council to order. Roll call, please.
Coleman?
Here.
Johnson?
Here.
Jose?
Here.
Kim?
Here.
Yang?
Here.
Bowie?
Here.
Council President Naker?
Here.
7 present, 0 absent.
Welcome, everyone, to our chambers for our City Council meeting. It is wonderful to see our chambers at standing room only and beyond capacity. So thank you all for being here. We invite everyone to join us in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Consent agenda items 2 through 13 are before you for your consideration.
I understand that we are going to be taking items 10 and 13 for separate consideration. Is there anything else to come off of consent? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Ms. Bowie for the balance of the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The consent agenda is adopted as amended. Item number 10 is Resolution 26-311, supporting the designation of the West 7th Corridor as the future Metro J line.
And I wanted to just pull this item off of consent because this is a really big deal. As many of you know, the West 7th Corridor that both Councilmember Jost and I represent has been waiting for decades for transit improvements, as well as for improvements to the streetscape, the sidewalks, the tree holes, and all of the pedestrian safety enhancements that we know the area needs. I'm so grateful to our city staff, to Director Kershaw and his team for stepping up when the county's Riverview Corridor plan had to be paused, and working out a plan with MnDOT and with Metro Transit to reconstruct West 7th Street, hopefully in 2029, and bring enhanced bus rapid transit to the corridor with the Metro J line. And grateful to Metro Transit for that investment as well. So this is just supporting that designation, and it's a critical next step in this progress toward a better West 7th. And I would look to Ms. Jost to see if she wants to add anything as the other council member responsible for the area.
Thank you. Yes, this is such a critical issue to my ward and to our West 7th neighborhood. You know, when I joined the council, we were nearing the end of the Riverview Corridor process, and I'm just so grateful to everyone that stepped up, you know, when that process ended, to be able to see through a vision for West 7th that is going to invest in the infrastructure of the street while looking to the future with transit-oriented development and investment. I also want to thank our former Chief Resiliency Officer, Russ Stark, who really took the lead on that process and championed it to where it is at today.
Great. So I will take that as a motion for approval from Councilmember Jost. Is there any further discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 13 is Resolution 26-330, restoring Ford's Area C.
Ms. Jost.
Thank you, and thanks to my colleagues for listening to this resolution. This is an issue that's really important to the folks in my community in Ward 3. A little bit of background: Area C is owned by the Ford Motor Company. It is located in Highland Park, near Highland Bridge on the river bluff. It is currently capped and operating primarily as a parking lot. For several decades, Ford Motor Company disposed of paint sludge and solvents from its operations. Throughout the mid-20th century, there were also disposals of construction rubble, contaminated soil, scrap metal, a variety of different things. The site currently contains several monitoring wells, which are in place for measuring groundwater contamination. In 1990, the site was removed from the Superfund program list, and it is now part of the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, MPCA's Voluntary Investigation and Cleanup Program, which was a program that was introduced after around that time. I don't know the exact year. So part of the process of the voluntary cleanup program is focused on a feasibility study. So there's a feasibility study done on this site for Area C, which was revised in last October, and it outlines 6 alternative cleanup options. And basically this resolution is putting forth our support for one of those options, alternative 6. However, I just want to make sure it's clear that the MPCA is the regulatory body. They will be the ones that will be determining the final cleanup plan, and then Ford will implement that cleanup plan. So I just want to share a little bit of the reasoning for this resolution. So I've read this feasibility report, and there are also several historic reports on this item that were available on the MPCA's website and the City of St. Paul's website. And if you read the feasibility study, there are 6 options which increase the amount of cleanup from the amount of cleanup increases from option 1 to option 6, with 6 being the most cleanup, 1 being the least. However, when you read the report, you'll find there really only are 3 options to consider, because 2 of them don't meet the threshold criteria by the MPCA, and 1 of them is not very feasible. So after reviewing all this information, it is my opinion, and also the opinion of my community members and the Friends of the Mississippi River, who have been a really strong partner on this, that we would like to see the MPCA consider alternative 6, which is a removal of all waste and site restoration. I think it's the best option, and that's why it's reflected in this resolution. Other local elected leaders, including our mayor, Senate Majority Leader Murphy, and Representative Pinto, are also supportive. And I'm going to share just really briefly my reasoning for this, which I submitted in my own public comment to the MPCA. A few things that concern me around this Area C site, which is on the river bluff, is that we are likely to see increasing flood events beyond 100-year flood, which could potentially mobilize hazardous waste, which is buried dozens of feet down. I'm also concerned about the risk to the slope stability and the integrity of the site. I do believe that a more comprehensive cleanup than the 2 options that aren't the full cleanup is needed if as a city, we want to have the opportunity to envision the site as being more than just a parking lot. There's also, in our Crosby Farm regional plan, looking into expanding Hidden Falls and including this Area C site. I also have concerns about the surrounding ecology, not just our human health, but also the health of our plants and animals and endangered species, which has been addressed in this report, I want to be clear, but just having a little bit more investigation and analysis for how each of these implications would impact those is important. I also think that, these containment strategies that are in the other two options, not alternative 6, require indefinite monitoring, ongoing maintenance, and enduring a lot of uncertainty. I think a more comprehensive cleanup really minimizes the long-term financial, environmental, and operational liabilities to the site. So Arcadis, who developed this report, they're the technical experts on this, recommended alternative 3 that includes an amount of cleanup that does meet the requirements. I also understand the MPCA's role and why their proposed plan is for alternative 4, which is removing accessible waste and site stabilization, which also meets the threshold requirements of protecting human health and environment, and is, of course, in compliance with all the rules and regulations while considering balancing criteria, feasibility, cost, and effectiveness in the short and long term. And so I understand their role and totally get from a technical perspective why they chose that option. And while I do understand that option 6 is more intensive and costly, I think that when we're thinking about the future of our community and my role as a representative and representing the will of our constituents and also the values that we have for our city, I think that that's the best option. You know, we also have, this is a unique site, but this isn't the only place in our city where there are concerns about environmental pollution and the impact on our community and then the future of our city decades from now. So I believe this is the best long-term solution for Ford in our community, while 3 and 4 focus on control and monitoring the waste rather than eliminating it. I think 6 addresses the root of the problem, elimination, and I believe elimination and not containment is the only path that fully protects the community, the environment, and the future of the site. So with that, I'll move approval of this resolution.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Joe. So the motion is for approval. Is there discussion of the motion? I will just say, Ms. Jost, I really appreciate your thoughtful analysis of this. I strongly support your decision, and I think it is important for the city to take a strong stance on the need for the most thorough cleanup at the site as you're doing. So thank you for your leadership on this. With that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted.
Sorry, just before we keep going, I do recognize that we are beyond capacity in the room at the moment. I want to let folks know, out of respect for those of our guests who are here for item 22, we are going to move that item up right after item 15. So there will not be as long to wait. Just wanted folks to know. Yes. You can also want to encourage people that we can all be friends. So if you have a little room next to you and you can scoot a little closer, maybe we can make some more space. All right. Item 14. And there's also space on this side of the room as well, if you want to sit over there.
All right. Item 14 is Resolution 26-343, recognizing Portia Hampton Flowers' career with the City of St. Paul and thanking her for her service.
So as the old lady of the City Council, unfortunately, I've had to do a lot of these, but this one is particularly bittersweet as we recognize Portia Hampton Flowers' extraordinary career with the city and wish her all the best as she goes on to be the best administrative law judge the state of Minnesota has ever seen. I don't know if this is going to prejudice all of those future cases against us for me to say this on the record, but you know, anything that comes from Ms. Hampton Flowers' desk in the future is just going to be an automatic approval as far as I'm concerned. I probably shouldn't have said that on the record. I'm sorry.
Portia's like, no.
I will just say on a personal note, and I know many of us have stories to share about our work with Portia, but it has always been striking to me how I've sat in a number of settlement conferences with Portia. I will say one of them was 48 hours ago. So while this is her last day in the city of St. Paul, working for the city of St. Paul, we hope you spend many more days in the city of St. Paul. She spent Monday 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. plus at a settlement conference, so working up until the very last minute. And it has always been striking to me how much she deeply cares about and defends the integrity of the city of St. Paul in all ways, and also how willing she is to stoop to whatever level of legal misunderstanding to explain the way that the law works. I always joke that I feel like I've gotten sort of free law school just from being in Ms. Hampton Flowers' company many times. So really grateful for your professionalism, your love of our city, and just the way that you do your job every day, and also manage to somehow be a wonderful human being. And those things are not always the same. So I'm not going to read this entire resolution, but I do want to read a couple parts of it. It's also very small because we had to get a lot of words on here. So this is recognizing Portia Hampton Flowers' career with the City of St. Paul and thanking her for her service. Whereas Portia began her legal career with the Office of the Attorney General, where she handled personal injury lawsuits against the state of Minnesota and eminent domain land acquisitions on behalf of the Minnesota Department of Transportation for almost 9 years. Whereas Portia joined the St. Paul City Attorney's Office in July of 2002 and has served as the civil litigation deputy and then the chief deputy for over 15 years. Whereas in her time with the city, Portia has defended the City of St. Paul and its mayors, city council members, and employees from a wide variety of civil lawsuits, including discrimination claims, employment disputes, we won't list all of the things you've defended, that's fine. Whereas Portia has guided her team through difficult challenges, including a raft of assessment disputes, the garbage wars, the 2008 Republican National Convention, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the death of George Floyd, subsequent civil unrest in the Twin Cities, and a cyber emergency. And whereas Portia has led by example with her hard work and dedication and mentored and collaborated with staff and attorneys ranging from the brand new to the highly seasoned, each of whom benefited from her wisdom that they gained from her many decades of experience. And whereas Portia's team fondly remembers her sharing her love of Werner's ginger ale on special occasions, I'll have to hear that story. And whereas Portia has always brought a steady and careful approach to providing the City Council with the information needed to understand settlement offers related to her work defending the City of St. Paul and Rule 68, whereas Portia is highly regarded as a fierce negotiator, a skill that has greatly benefited the city and its residents over the years. And whereas Portia's service has gone beyond the walls of City Hall, as she has taught undergraduate courses on constitutional law to law enforcement and criminal justice students at Metropolitan State University and continues to coach high school students in mock trial, now, therefore, be it resolved that the St. Paul City Council thanks Portia Hampton Flowers for her many years of dedicated public service to the people of St. Paul, and be it finally resolved in honor of Portia's years of public service to the City of St. Paul, February 25th, 2026 will be known as Portia Hampton Flowers Day in the City of St. Paul.
Thank you. One of the things that I think has maybe helped me have such a great relationship with the City Council and department directors and clients and the people that I've had an opportunity to advise is that I only say something when it really matters. And so I don't have a speech. I just want to say thank you all for the opportunity to represent the City of St. Paul, to work with people that have just wanted to do a good job for the residents and their colleagues. And that's the best thing that I take away from this, just working with people that just want to do a good job. And having the opportunity to do so many things for so many years for such a great city is just a blessing to me. Thank you. I will miss everyone I get to work with at the city. I wish I could work with you all someplace else doing something different. But that's not the way it works. So thank you. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate the people of St. Paul because you all allow me to do good work for you. Thank you, City Council members, past and present. Thank you for all of my colleagues, for all the support you've given me. And thank you for this recognition. I am humbled beyond belief. Thank you all so very, very much.
And don't go too far away, Ms. Hampton Flowers, because we might say nice things about you now, and I don't want you to be too far away to hear them, but you can certainly stay seated, because I'm sure you'll be able to hear them from here. I will make a motion for approval of the resolution. Is there any discussion of this motion? Ms. Johnson. And then Ms. Yang.
Okay. All right, so.
I think you actually do want to, sorry, you would want to be up
Yeah,
here.
come on up, come on up.
Well, then we can see you.
Well, I am so excited that I was able to come back today, be my first meeting back, in time to catch you. I would have been really, really sad to not have been able to just say thank you for your time with not only with the city, but in particular getting us all through the the settlement conferences when we didn't know what we were doing, but we were looking to you for guidance, for clarity. I think you are absolutely correct that when you speak, we all listen, because it is not something that we assume is without substance. It's genuinely it's continuously just something that adds to what we're doing, to our judgment calls, to what's in the best interest of ourselves and of the city. And so, I'm just like, take us with you. No, but in actuality, I'm really excited that I got a chance to work with you, and I'm excited that for all of the things that you'll go on to do for our state as well. I'm sad that we have to share you, but I'm also really just thankful that I got a chance to be here to say it in person. So we really appreciate it, Portia. Thank you so much.
Ms. Yang.
Thank you, Council President. I will echo everything that the Council President and Councilmember Johnson said. Portia, it's been such an honor to work with you. I have learned so much from you every single time we've been in meetings together. You have modeled to me what being a great listener looks like, what being a great communicator looks like, and most importantly to me, you've just always showed up so strongly in the skill of meeting people where they're at in meetings that we have with you. We often talk about very complex situations. Every single situation is very different, but you have this wonderful skill of being able to just make people feel like they belong, even if it's, they're learning about something new for the first time or for maybe the 100th time. And you're so patient. And so I want to say thank you for everything. I know you're going to be such an amazing administrative law judge, and I wish you all the best.
Vice President Kim.
Yeah, it's a tough day in St. Paul. This is absolutely a loss for the city of St. Paul, but obviously we're gaining such an incredible person at that level as an administrative law judge. I continue to echo the same thoughts, but like a lot of our interactions are in closed-door sessions. We're talking about very sensitive things. And I think the thing that I appreciate the most is like your kindness and patience as we sort through all of the information with you. It's not like choose your own adventure, but it feels like any path we choose, you sort of outline what are the options, what's viable for us. And I think that takes an incredible amount of skill and patience. And the other thing I really appreciate is, oftentimes, and I feel like I've already said this to our city attorney already, about sometimes you ask the question, you get the answer to the question that you ask from a lawyer, not always the answer that you're looking for. And I think that is also an incredibly unique skill that you have, is regardless of the question that we ask, you hear what we're looking for and you answer accordingly, and in a way that sort of titrates really complex information to provide simple, clear responses. And I cannot echo that enough. You take it in and you listen deeply. And so I'm really proud to see you rise, and also I'm sad for the city of St. Paul. But it's just to note that your tenacity, your kindness, your care, your clarity of your work, and your dedication to your craft is a loss for us, but obviously a gain for community. So congratulations, and you'll be very sorely missed.
Thanks, Vice President. Ms. Bowie, and then Ms. Jost.
Thank you, Council President. Portia, I just, all the things that were said earlier today, I share that. It's just been such a pleasure working with you. When I think about just being a first-time city council member and trying to navigate the terrain of local policies, state statutes, and what our powers are, you've always been so gracious and kind. I think about just your approach in terms of how you provide counsel has been just really affirming. And in all the things that were said, particularly around how you not only interpret the law, but how you also allow, me as a council member to really wrestle with some things that I may not like, right? Or even ask those questions, particularly of why is it this way, right? And just being the soundboard that you've always been. And I just, want to just share that I am sad that you're going to go, but I do know you have deep roots in St. Paul, and you will remain committed and dedicated to the work that we're doing here in St. Paul. So thank you so much for your leadership. And not even to age you, but I just remember when I was a high school student, I just admire. I always just admired you. So it's been a long time for someone like me, even outside of my role as a council member, just really admire and acknowledge all the strides that you've made here in the city of St. Paul and made it possible for people that look like me and look like you to see, these as opportunities to work in the city of St. Paul. So thank you so much for your leadership.
Ms. Jost.
Thank you, Council President. And Portia, I just want to thank you again also for me being a new council member, the way that you, like Council Vice President Kim said, were so patient with us and explained things. I learned so much in those closed door meetings with you that really helped me understand, how some of these processes work. And so I just really, really appreciate your support in that. And I know you've done that for so many council members in similar situations. So thank you so much. You will be missed. I don't know how we'll make it through a closed door meeting without you, but we'll have to figure that out. And I am really happy for you in your future as an ALJ. So I wish you the best, and we will be missed.
And last but not least, Ms. Coleman.
I mostly just want to echo what all of my colleagues have said, and I will add two things. The first is that when I think about the time that we've spent together in the last 6 months since I joined the council, it is a lot of meetings and closed-door sessions where I have left with a headache because we are wrestling with very challenging issues, and there's a lot to think through, and that is your day every day. And so just the amount of work that we can't possibly capture here that you have put into the city, and the amount of brain energy and the amount of thoughtful wisdom that you have brought to our city for over 20 years just cannot be deeply appreciated enough. The one other thing I will just say is, there are so many opportunities for brilliant, talented lawyers to choose to make a lot of money and pursue student career paths. And so to see people who devote their talents to the city and then go on to continued service on the bench on behalf of the entire state, it's very remarkable, and I think it is something that should not go unnoticed in this space. So thank you so much for everything. Like others have said, you will be so deeply missed, and we are just grateful for everything you have brought for many decades at the city.
Well, thank you to all of my colleagues for your eloquent, beautiful comments. Ms. Hampton Flowers, thank you again. There is a motion on the table for approval of this resolution. I'm not sure how this vote is going to go, but I think it's time we take it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted.
I just have one more thing I want to say.
I know there's a slight typo in your name. I saw it.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Oh, it was the apostrophe S. I thought you were going to catch it.
Don't worry. No. I just wanted to sort of remind everyone that you have such a great group of lawyers in the city attorney's office that I've had the pleasure of working with, that you will continue to receive the same kind of guidance and support that you've accused me of providing to you. I've done what they've told me to do. So I just want to echo that they're a great group and you are in great hands, and now maybe people, when they see me, they'll be happy to see me.
Thank you. I also think I'm going to have I only say something when it really matters put up on a poster in my office. All right. Hard pivot.
Item number 15 is Resolution 26-326, approving the mayor's appointments of policy aides, constituent services associates, and director of public engagement and constituent services.
And speaking of the mayor, I noticed that Mayor Herr is in the house. Welcome. Glad you're here. Is there we're just doing the signing in? The swearing in, there's no staff report. Okay.
There's a V2.
Yeah, so I will move a version 2, which has all of the correct names. As we've had previous resolutions to this effect, we are really happy to see the mayor's team expanding and to welcome more folks to work with us in the city of St. Paul. So welcome and looking forward to working with you. We'll do the vote and then the swearing. Okay. So I will move approval. Is there any discussion of the motion? Ms. Yang.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to make comments, but can we do it after the swear-in, or do you prefer now?
We can do it after the swearing in.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted as amended.
And welcome up. Mr. Wilms will do the swearing in. If you stand in between the two golden columns, all 5 live cameras will capture you at once.
So we'll come on in. We'll do this as a group. Joe, do you want
Yay, oh my gosh, Mary.
to? So we'll have you state your name individually and then your title individually. So just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear. To support the Constitution. Of the United States. And of the state of Minnesota. And to discharge faithfully. The duties devolving upon me. As the, state your title.
As the Director of Financial Accounting
Of the City of St. Paul. To the best of my judgment and ability. Congratulations.
Welcome again. We're not going to say nice things about you until you retire. No, I'm just kidding. We're really excited to work with you. Ms. Yang, I think I saw a comment.
Thank you, Council President. Well, I just wanted to say, Mayor Hurt, it's been so exciting to see who you brought onto your team. Like, thank you for choosing and being so intentional on bringing on such skilled and such a diverse team to work alongside you. The staff who have been sworn in, it's just been a pleasure being able to work with them and get to know them all. I want to congratulate all of you. It's so exciting to get to meet you and look forward to working with you. There's a couple of people who I do want to acknowledge because of our work in the past. And Abdul, it feels like yesterday that we were on the Student Senate together over at Mankato State University. And to be here working in City Hall with you, it is so special. And so I want to say thank you for your commitment to continuing to serve our communities and doing that work here in St. Paul in the city that I know we both love so much. And also, Mary, like, you were one of the first few people that I met when I started community organizing almost 10 years ago. And to see you rise in so many important roles in government. You came to us from the governor's office, and here you are, really extending your skills and talent and wisdom and leadership to the city of St. Paul. That is also so special. And I know that someone very near and dear to our heart, our late sister, Marnie Zhang, who served as the St. Paul School Board Chair for St. Paul Public Schools. She passed away during COVID at a very young age, but she's here with us in spirit and celebrating you. And so I want to say congratulations to you and to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. I saw Vice President Kim as well.
Oh, hit me in the feels with that. Yeah, I'm so excited to work with all of you, and I do just want to take the opportunity of kind of point of personal privilege to also call out a few folks. Yeah, Mary, I met you many years ago on Marnie's first campaign, and you are just a shining star, and it continues to rise. We are so lucky to have you here. I'm so elated to work with you. Abdul Aziz, we did a coffee a few years ago. We talked about where you're going, what you want to do, and I remember telling you, like, you could literally do anything. Like, what do you want to do? And so I'm so grateful that you want to be in City Hall with us. So I'm so excited to work with you. I know there's other personal connections here that you know a few of us. And then to Joan Phillips, you can't go too far without us. So thank you for coming back. You are one of the sunshine of that office, and I can only expect that you'll continue to be the sunshine of the new mayor's office. So thank you so much for supporting this new administration, and it's going to be lovely to work with you again.
Ms. Johnson.
Well, I just want to say, Mayor Hur, I'm officially jealous. And you have, first of all, your team did not come to play. Look at how they're dressed, how they look. They look serious. You mean business. But it's been such a pleasure to just see the team come together. It's no small feat to put together an office and to really just decide who's going to lead this work for the city. We all had to give the same oath that you all have taken today. And I think that's what's most important. Yes, I can see several familiar faces. I'll uplift Marcus as well because I genuinely, as a Josie R. Johnson Leadership Academy alum, your time at the African American Leadership Forum was transformative. And so to be able to see you here as well and leading in the Office of Financial Empowerment is incredibly important and crucial to the future of that work. And so welcome. And Joan, you sparkle today, literally and always. But just genuinely want to say that the work that we're stepping into is in partnership. And I look forward to being able to work with all of you and get a chance to know you. You just don't know how important sometimes a return phone call to our St. Paul residents is, and don't take that for granted. That communication and the relationships that we build here are going to see us when we're long and gone from the city. And so today is the first of many. Yes, I have a special place in my heart for many of you, but genuinely really excited to see Abdulaziz here as well, and welcome to the City of St. Paul in this official capacity. I'm glad that you are working with Mayor Herr and Marcus. It's great to work with you again, and Mary, welcome as well. And for Laura, I'm already just having one meeting with you. It was a lasting and first impression of just the attentiveness that you showed. That's what all matters. So genuinely, I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And those that I haven't gotten a chance to get to know that it's not intentional. This is my first day back. Have grace. Good to see you.
Great. Well, we already did take the vote and swore you in. So again, welcome. We're excited to work with you. And we'll hard pivot to our next item, which is item 22.
Yep. Item number 22 is Item number 22 is Resolution Public Hearing 26-58, commemorating the 100th anniversary of Black History Month and uplifting the significant contributions of historically black colleges and universities, the National Pan-Hellenic Council, the Divine Nine, and Links Incorporated to the City of St. Paul.
Ms. Johnson and Ms. Bowie.
All right, well, thank you all. We have a bit of a program planned for you. Sorry, not sorry. It's definitely our centennial, and so we're gonna act up a little bit out of order. I'm gonna first welcome up Mayor Herr, who is here to personally deliver a proclamation today for this item as well. Welcome, Mayor.
Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you. Did you want me to read the proclamation, or do you
Yeah.
want me? Okay. Of course. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you. And I wanted to first thank Councilmember Johnson and Bowie and also Naker for bringing the resolution forward. I did prepare a proclamation for today, and so I'd like to read that proclamation with your permission. Whereas 100 years ago in 1915, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, known as the father of Black history, first set out to designate a time to promote and educate people about Black history and culture, which included the suffered enslavement, injustice of lynch mobs, segregation, and the denial of basic and fundamental human rights. And whereas historically Black colleges and universities, HBCU, emerged through the work of philanthropists and free Blacks after the Civil War, to provide Black Americans the most basic human rights access to a full education. And whereas the National Pan-Hellenic Council, or Divine Nine, formed in 1930 to unite historically Black fraternities and sororities facing segregation, which would become a crucial organization for uplifting civil rights and education. And whereas in 1946, Margaret Roselle Hawkins and Sarah Strickland Scott co-founded the Links, a not-for-profit corporation which grew to be one of the nation's oldest and largest volunteer service organizations committed to enriching the culture and economic survival of African Americans and other people of African ancestry. And therefore, be it resolved that the City of St. Paul recognizes all Minnesota chapters of the Divine Nine, the National Pan-Hellenic Council, the Minnesota HBCU alumni, and the Links for their unquantifiable local and global impact and commitment to service, justice, community, education, and uplifting the Black community. Now, therefore, I, Khalil Herr, Mayor of the City of St. Paul, do hereby proclaim February 25th, 2026 to be Minnesota HBCU Alumni, National Pan-Hellenic Council, Divine Nine, and the Links Inc. Day in the City of St. Paul.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so I will just start. Both Councilmember Bowie and I have prepared a few remarks, and then we are going to defer our time to several folks that will be speaking in front of you today, because we find it to be vital and important, especially during this time, to continue to make history, and to ensure that our public record reflects that while our federal administration is actively trying to erase that. We combat that with the truth. We combat that with our leadership. And we combat that with Black history, because Black history is American history. Yes. Like I said, Black history is American history. The leadership, the innovation, and service of our historically Black college and university alumni members and members of the National Panhellenic Council and the Divine Nine, members of the Links Incorporated, and genuinely the entire Black population overall, if I may say, has shaped the city in tangible ways, from public leadership and education to entrepreneurship, healthcare, arts and culture, and community advocacy. It's often while navigating barriers that should have never, ever existed. The centennial is more than just 100 years of what we call a Black celebration that lasts for a month. It's actually 100 years of a legacy that is not abstract. It lives in the opportunities created for young people. It lives in the opportunities created through institutions that have strengthened through service and neighborhoods sustained through collective care and investment. This resolution is both recognition and gratitude. It's a recognition of excellence that cannot be ignored. And it's gratitude to Black residents whose commitment to community, justice, and collective progress continues to move St. Paul forward for everyone. We are community-centered. We're rooted in the belief that when one of us rises, we all rise. You will hear from many organizations today, many leaders, that have truly catered to 100 years of Black history through movement building, and we also affirm this by honoring that history, by continuing to work and investing in equity, by expanding our opportunity, and ensuring that our Black residents and families here and all residents in St. Paul can thrive in the city to help lead and love every day.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Anika Bowie. I serve as a city council in Ward 1. I proudly represent Rondo, Frogtown, the Midway, and also the North End. And I just want to say thank you so much, Council Member Johnson, when you gave the idea for us to invite the Divine Nine and the Links and NPHC and also our Black Minister Alliance and African American Leadership Council. I saw it as important, right, for us to celebrate the 100th year anniversary. And as we gather here in the chambers on the centennial anniversary of Black History Month, I am reminded of the words of James Baldwin, who says, "Our crowns are already paid and bought for. All we have to do is wear it." And when I think about the crowns and the jewels of our institutions, we are wearing it proudly. So thank you so much for being here and celebrating and honoring not only the legacy, but wearing the crown of our ancestors. Also want to mention honoring the history of Black History Month. One of the Omegas, or the Qs, Carter G. Woodson, is the founder of what was Negro History Week, now Black History Month, who was a historian and also a author. I want to also mention his quote as well. "History shows that it does not matter who is in power or what revolutionary forces take over the government. Those who have not learned to do for themselves and have to depend solely on others never obtain any more rights or privilege in the end than they had in the beginning." And when I think about the importance of these institutions and these incorporations, it's us doing for ourselves, the self-determination, making sure that we're creating these institutions for our survival and also our advancement. So being a history maker is not a choice. When I was born, I did not think I had to make strides to be a history maker. And me and myself and Councilmember Johnson are history makers, but it is an inheritance. One passed down from ancestors who taught us to lift as we climb, to lead with courage, and to stand in truth even when the cost was high. And as a member of this council, I do not sit in this seat alone. I stand on the shoulders of many Black leaders who have paved the way before us. Former council member Bill Wilson, Jerry Blakey, Debbie Montgomery, Nathaniel Kalik, Melvin Carter III, Russell Ballinger, and even Mayor Carter III, and now my colleague, council member Shaniqua Johnson, and myself alongside them. I am honored to continue clearing the path for future leaders who carry a deep passion for public service and community. Today, we also celebrate our Divine Nine. Hey, hello, y'all, yes. Our big steppers, the Links, the National Pan-Hellenic Council, and the Black Minister Alliance and the African American Leadership Council. These are not social clubs. Let's be clear, these are legacy institutions. They are built with leadership and service at the center of their mission, designed for Black survival, collective advancement, and self-determination at a time when our existence itself was under threat. What is striking is that in many of these issues faced by our founders in the early 1920s are the same issues we are confronted with today, often in more overt and aggressive forms. And yet the blueprint remains. Divine Nine women leaders like Shirley Chisholm, Rosa Parks, Zora Neale Hurston, and has showed us how to fight for voting rights, access to education, economic opportunity, health equity, and full quality of life. Their courage continues to guide us. Today, we will hear from many speakers whose legacies have shaped this city, this state, and even the nation. And I just want to share to my Divine Nine, if you feel called to stroll, please let the Spirit move you, okay? We are here to celebrate Black leadership, Black legacy, and Black joy. So please let the Spirit move you, and I'm going to pass it to Chair Johnson.
Listen, you said queen. Yes. Class, is Queen Latifah an insult? Okay, I said, is being called Queen Latifah an insult? Someone thought that was an insult, but we all know, exactly, we all know the privilege of being unified, and we all know the privilege of unity. And that's what I hope that we will see here. So today we'll just kick it off. I will call up the Minnesota HBCU alumni. So if Annette Lee, who is the co-founder and an alumni of Fisk University, can join me. If Miss Maya Sullivan, who is president of the Minnesota HBCU and an alumni of Tennessee State University and a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Mr. Brian McCoy, vice president and alumni of Jackson State University and is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated and a member of 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. And Ms. Nicole Green, who is the chaplain, alumni of the North Carolina A&T State University and member of Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated, Sorority Incorporated. Thank you.
Whoa, okay, so we're stacked.
All right. Good afternoon, St. Paul City Council members, and a special thank you to Councilmember Bowie and Councilmember Johnson for inviting us. Your leadership brings us all together. My name is Annette Lee, and I am co-founder and executive director of Minnesota HBCU Alumni, which was founded in 2022. On behalf of Minnesota HBCU Alumni, we thank you for this recognition as we celebrate 100 years of Black History Month and enduring the legacy of historically Black colleges and universities. I would also like to give a nod to Bill Wilson, our former St. Paul City Council president who has recently passed, who was also an alum of Knoxville College, an HBCU, and a member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity. Minnesota HBCU Alumni was founded to connect and mobilize graduates of institutions rooted in excellence, resilience, and opportunity. Today, our alumni serve Minnesota as educators, healthcare professionals, engineers, public servants, CEOs, and community leaders. Our work is grounded in impact. We mentor students and recent HBCU graduates. We host college fairs, and we open doors for young people who have not yet seen themselves in higher education. We are not just preserving history, we are building futures. As a co-founder and executive director, a proud double HBCU alumna of Fisk University and Howard University, and a St. Paul native, this work is deeply personal to me. And I have seen what happens when students are exposed to possibility and hear the words, "You belong here." Lives change, families change, communities change. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you, Councilmember Johnson and Bowie and the entire council and Mayor Herr for today's recognition. My name is Maya Sullivan, and I have the absolute pleasure of serving as the president of Minnesota HBCU Alumni. I am a fourth-generation HBCU alum in my family, including both of my parents. I am a proud alum of Tennessee State University, where the motto is think, work, serve. These are characteristics I have embodied professionally in my public service career or in my own businesses, as well as providing service to the community. And most of our HBCU alum embody these principles too. There are more than 100 HBCUs with rich legacies, and describing an HBCU, a simple word I like to use is home. For many, not all people, home signifies safety, connection, love, support, opportunities for growth, and so much more. And this is indeed the feeling that brought me to and kept me at TSU. Coming of age with this type of support is significant. Many other HBCU alum would likely say something similar. These feelings cannot be duplicated in the same way at a PWI. I've attended both. In fact, data provides that Black HBCU alum report a greater sense of belonging and support from college personnel than Black alum who attended PWIs. Some of the results: our alum in Minnesota are well represented in many industries and community service. Also, half of Black teachers, 80% of Black judges, 50% of Black attorneys, 40% of Black engineers in the U.S. attended HBCUs. We are represented in all of these industries and so many more in Minnesota and other places. This is not all the data, but hopefully you got the picture. I am also a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, actively serving the community within the Delta Phi Omega chapter with initiatives that our president will speak about shortly. Again, thank you for this recognition. We continue in service.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting us. My name is Brian McCoy. I'm the vice president of the Minnesota HBCU Association. One quick thing. I started out playing football at a predominantly white institution, and I ended up transferring to HBCU. The first thing that I learned in my first class at the HBCU was upward mobility. Had never heard it in my life, had never been exposed to it. But that conversation, that one word, that one phrase, however you want to say it, changed my life. It led me to get a master's degree. It led me to going on and working at the Capitol in D.C. It led me to places that allowed me to have access to people, conversations. One thing I can say about attending a HBCU is that it allowed me to see my culture. It allowed me to see my culture in a way that advanced me and that put me in situations where I can be myself. The next thing is that moving here to St. Paul, I moved here from Scottsdale. And it was a joy to see the presence of a HBCU, not only Jackson State, but all of the HBCUs here in Minnesota, and how they work together, and how they all coincide, and how they all piggyback and thrive off each other. So thank you for inviting us, and looking forward to other opportunities.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Green, and I want to thank you, Council President Naker, for allowing us to be here today. Thank you to Council Members Johnson and Bowie for commemorating this time. And thank you to the Honorable Mayor Herr for the proclamation. I think there's an Aggie in the house today, and I know they know what to do. When I say Aggie, you say pride. Aggie? Pride. Aggie? When I say Aggie, you say pride. Aggie? Pride. Aggie? Pride. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's how we do. It is family, and it is joy. And there are so many things that go on in this chambers. And so I am a proud representative of the proud member of the Minneapolis-St. Paul Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, as well as an actively engaged and committed alum of North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, and also the Chief Financial Officer for the City of St. Paul's Planning and Economic Development Department. So I am here today representing, the coordination and the collaboration of all of our work. And most of the time when I'm here, I'm in front of you and it's about business. And I just want to say that the existence of Black people our business built this nation. And so I'm still doing the work as I represent all three unified forces here today. I just want to talk about the fact that as the largest HBCU in the nation, North Carolina A&T State University currently has a research innovation project with the University of Minnesota, and that just means Aggies do. That's what all HBCUs do. That we don't sit still and we don't sit quiet. We reach out, we reach across. We do not exclude. As the building and the founding of our institutions was required because we were excluded, we do not exclude. We include everybody in the work that we are doing. So we are very, very excited about that today, that we are currently working with the University of Minnesota, and also our alumni, local alumni, are active and engaged. I will call to your attention Matthew Little, who moved here in 1952 and led the delegation, the Minnesota delegation, to the March on Washington. I will call to your attention Jay Tyson, who was a premier architect, one of the first licensed architects in the state of Minnesota, first Black licensed architects in the state of Minnesota. I will call to your attention Brenda Hill, who has educated for years at Century College, and many, many local alumni who are reaching across and doing the work. We thank you for this time. On behalf of my Chancellor, James Martin, we appreciate you. We recognize the history and the achievement of this all-women council. You all are the dreams, right? You've achieved the dreams of the nation, and we salute you. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, so we have more speakers to come. I'm going to introduce 4 of our speakers here. We have the Vice President of the NPHC, Michelle Benson, representing also the board member of the Minneapolis-St. Paul chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi.
Delta Sigma Theta.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I didn't put that in there. Let me make that correction. But we have the Vice President of the MPHC, and I'll have you also introduce the chapter that you're representing, and then we'll have Raison King, representing the Gamma Psi Lambda chapter president, representing Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and then we have the president of the Delta Phi Omega Alumni chapter, Marsha Henry, representing the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and last but not least, also we have president of the Alpha Delta Sigma Omega Alumni chapter, Jennifer Harris, representing the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
And welcome up, and as you come up, something I normally say before our public hearings but forgot to say today, those 2 microphones are a little bit strange, but they don't need to be adjusted. They'll pick up your voice just fine, and you can stand up tall without needing to lean over to them, so I always want to make sure people feel comfortable. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the pointers. Good afternoon, council members, community leaders, Divine Nine presidents, and honored guests. On behalf of the Minneapolis-St. Paul chapter of the National Panhellenic Council, thank you for this meaningful recognition. My name is Michelle Benson, and I'm a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. It's an honor to stand here as your vice president of the council and represent an organization grounded in scholarship, service, leadership, and unity. This month marks the 100th anniversary of Black History Month. What began in 1926 as Negro History Week, founded by historian Carter G. Woodson, has grown into a national month of reflection and celebration. This year's theme, A Century of Black History Commemorations, announced by the Association for the Study of African American Life and Honors and History, honors 100 years of intentionally documenting, protecting, uplifting the achievements and resilience of African Americans. That legacy is deeply connected to the Divine Nine. Our historically Black fraternities and sororities were founded during times of limited access but limitless determination. For generations, we have championed education, civic engagement, and community empowerment. Here in the Twin Cities, our members mentor youth, provide scholarships, promote voter engagement, and partner with local organizations to strengthen our communities. We do not simply celebrate Black history, we actively contribute to it. As we approach this centennial milestone, especially amid ongoing conversations about how Black history is taught and preserved, we remain committed to service, advocacy, and collective advancement. Thank you for honoring the National Panhellenic Council and the Divine Nine here today, and we are proud to continue building a legacy of excellence that strengthens St. Paul and beyond. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Razan King, Chapter President of Gamma Xi Lambda Chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. So thank you, Council President, Council Member Aniki Bowie, and Council Member Shaniqua Johnson, and congratulations on your St. Paul, Minnesota history as well. Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the first intercollegiate Greek letter fraternity established for African American men, was founded on an ice cold Tuesday, December 4th, 1906, at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, by 7 college men. In 1907, Alpha established the first intercollegiate Greek letter chapter of an organization established for African American men at an HBCU at Howard University. In 1912, Alpha established Mu chapter at the University of Minnesota, and Minnesota as a state was only 48 years old, making it the first intercollegiate Greek letter fraternity chapter for an organization established for African American men in the state of Minnesota. And in 1946, establishing Gamma Xi Lambda chapter, making it the first Greek letter chapter for the intercollegiate alumni in the state of Minnesota for African American men. Today, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated has a membership of 880 chapters worldwide, and a total number of members of 200,000. Our efforts are many, but a few to call out. Our fraternity's initiative with the University of Minnesota, Carlson School of Business, Voteless People is a Hopeless People, including our General President, Lucian J. Metellus Jr., statement released on ICE aggression and disregard of civil rights and rule of law, the local foundation, Raymond W. Cannon Foundation, and so much more. A shout out to all my fellow Alphas in the room, and recognizing our District Director for the state of Minnesota, Carlos Sneed, Gamma Xi Lambda Vice President, Richard Terrell. Our college brothers couldn't be here because they're in class. Good job. John Knighton and Jaden Montez. And a huge thank you to my fellow Black Greek letter organizations and their presidents, their pole marks, and basilisks for sitting at the table together to get things done. Thank you, 06.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, and hello, everyone. Thank you to the St. Paul City Council members, Johnson and Bowie, for their invitation and for this recognition. And thank you to the members. My name is Marcia Henry, and I'm the president of the Delta Phi Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated here in the Twin Cities. We have 3 chapters in Minnesota. We have an undergraduate chapter, Mu Rho, and we also have a new chapter, and you'll hear from my sister president in a moment. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated just celebrated our 118th year anniversary this year. And we stand on the tenets of service to all mankind and to high scholastic standards. Here in the Twin Cities, Delta Phi Omega chapter has served the community for 78 years. We are more than a social club. I want to take this time to highlight just a couple of what we do. One of the things that we are most proud of, is the fact that we are able to award scholarships yearly to deserving students. Over the past 2 years, we've awarded $20,000 annually to deserving students in the Twin Cities. We are in the season of taking applications, so if you know of any students, please direct them to our website. We just held our biennial cotillion a few weeks ago, where we awarded 17 young ladies almost $28,000. Again, more than a social club. One of our national programs that I want to highlight is the Childhood Hunger Initiative. This is implemented across the country and across the globe by our sorority. This is where we pack food and snacks for elementary-aged students. Here in the Twin Cities, we are supporting Maxfield Elementary School here in St. Paul. I just want to end with one thing, and that is, as we look at how our cities have been impacted, we are also looking at what we can do, supporting Black businesses, as well as packing hygiene kits. We are here to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Council Members Bowie and Johnson, for the honor. My name is Jennifer Harris, and I bring you greetings on behalf of my sisters of Alpha Delta Sigma Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Our chapter is the second graduate chapter chartered in over 78 years in the state of Minnesota. I am also a proud 1989 alumni of Southern University and located in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. We are the only HBCU system in the United States where we have campuses in the city of Shreveport, Bossier City, New Orleans, and where its main campus sits in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. My husband and I are both proud alumni of the university where we both pledged Alpha Kappa Alpha and Kappa Alpha Psi on the campus of Southern University. I have represented Southern University in many college fairs in the Twin Cities over the past 5 years. It is very important that we continue to bring awareness of HBCUs to our cities. In Alpha Kappa Alpha, we make sure that we provide access for all of our young people. We have provided scholarships for St. Catherine University, and now we have begun the opportunities of bringing school supply drives to deserving schools. We are so honored to be here for the 100th anniversary of Black History Month, and we continue to uplift our communities in the work that we do. We thank you for the honor and the pleasure of being here.
Thank you all very much.
All right. Next up, we have Mr. Larry Kenzie, who is the founding member and former pole march of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. We also have Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Mr. Jarek Horton, Chairman Achievement Week of the Epsilon Rho chapter. And we have Dr. Stephanie Barrage, President of the Minneapolis-St. Paul Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated, followed by Daryl Young, who is the President of Xi Nu Sigma Chapter of the Minnesota Phi Beta Sigmas Fraternity Incorporated.
Welcome up.
Good evening. My name is Larry McKenzie, and I am the past pole mark of the Richfield Bloomington chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi, along with my fraternity brothers. Kappa Alpha Psi have been in Minnesota since 1924. Started at the university in April of 1924, serving our undergraduates. We had an alumni chapter founded here in 1954. And a second alumni chapter in 1984. We are proud men of achievement. Kappa Alpha Psi was founded at Indiana University by 10 great men who had a dream and have been around for 115 years. In the state of Minnesota, we're proud of the fact that we provide a number of scholarships, but mostly the thing that we're proud of is our program, what we call Guide Right. It is a mentoring program that serves young men from 6th grade through 12th grade. And so we're super proud of being able to guide those young men right in terms of assisting them in mentoring and sending them to college. And so we thank you for the opportunity to come and receive and be recognized today by the City Council.
Thank you.
So one of the things we're also proud about is our relationship with the Divine Nine. One of the things we've done, as you may have saw, is the turkey drive with 1,200 turkeys, where we included all the fraternities and sororities, as well as all the HBCUs. Me, myself, personally, I didn't go to a HBCU. I took the opportunity to go to the University of Minnesota, but I'm happy that the Divine Nine and the fraternities and sororities that were there for me, because I did not see people like myself on that campus at that time. I'm grateful to the leaders such as Mackenzie and the other leaders in the city that gave us the opportunity to understand and know our heritage. The St. Paul chapter also is there. So I want to thank both AKA, I want to thank the Delta Sigma Thetas, Zeta Phi Betas, because you are all family to us, just as anyone else is. And thank you for this opportunity, City of St. Paul.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council, visitors. My name is Jared Horton. I am the Achievement Week Chair of the Epsilon Road Chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. I was going to brag on our fraternity a little bit, but some things caught me and I want to adjust. You know, I could talk about our talent hunt. That's for high school students. That's coming up Friday, where we highlight arts. I could talk about Omega Deer, which is the childhood reading program that me and other brothers of fraternity do. But something that caught me was that we tend to forget history. And I think what we're seeing now in America is that history forgotten tends to lead to devastation amongst the populace. We have been celebrating Negro achievement for 100 years, correct. But as our brother Carter Codson Woodson founded Negro Achievement Week in 1926, it was not recognized for another 50 years. That means that when Roy Wilkins, who's a graduate of the University of Minnesota, was the first black editor of the Minnesota Daily and was a 20-year executive director for the NAACP, was active, we did not celebrate a month of black achievement. We celebrated a week. When Horace Huntley, my fraternity brother, was part of the Morrill Hall takeover at the University of Minnesota in 1969, we were still celebrating a week. The achievements of black people are the history of this nation, and we have to be sure to continue to celebrate them so we don't forget them. What we see a lot in our youth now is a forgotten legacy of the people that they come from and what we're capable of and what they're capable of. So as we accept this honor from the city and we appreciate it, 50 years is not long enough for us to sit back and relax. 50 years is the beginning. And there's a bunch of black professionals, black educators who have given a lot to the city and the state. So I want to make sure that we recognize real history, 50 years of a month, 100 years of recognition of a week, and a lifetime of achievement. Thank you.
Yep, come on. We do. All right, over here. Yep, come on.
Welcome up.
They're coming. There's a lot of us. Are we all here? All right. All right. Good evening, Council President and the honorable members of the St. Paul City Council. On behalf of the 188 members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, the Minneapolis-St. Paul Alumni Chapter, we thank you for this recognition. We were founded in 1913 by 22 visionary women at Howard University.
Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated has grown into a global sisterhood of more than 350,000 college-educated women with over 1,000 chapters across the United States and internationally. Just weeks after our founding, our 22 founders made history. As their very first public act of service, they marched in the 1913 Women's Suffrage March procession in Washington, D.C., standing boldly for voting rights at a time when both their race and gender made that stance courageous and costly. We are still living in that moment today. We were founded in courage. We were built in conviction, and we continue in commitment. For 60 years in the Twin Cities, our chapter has carried that same spirit forward. We invest in futures. We fund opportunities. And through scholarship support totaling over $150,000, we turn potential into possibility. Through mentorship, voter education, health initiatives, and economic empowerment programming, we also contribute thousands of service hours annually to strengthen this community. Our work moves intentionally through our 5 programmatic thrusts: economic development, educational development, international awareness and involvement, physical and mental health, political awareness and involvement. We mentor, we invest, we advocate, and we mobilize. And we do not stand alone. As proud members of the Divine Nine, we stand shoulder to shoulder with our D9 brothers and sisters, 9 historically Black Greek letter organizations, united in service and collective impact. When one of us serves, we all serve. When one of us rises, we all rise. When our communities call, we answer together. Tonight's recognition is not simply about longevity. It is a legacy in motion. It is partnership in action. It is a continued commitment to building communities where equity is real, opportunity is accessible, and every voice matters. And as women of Delta, we close with the same spirit in which we began, rooted in sisterhood, relentless in service, and resolute in social action. We are Delta Sigma Theta, still standing, still serving, still answering the call. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome up.
All right, greetings. Hello, how y'all doing? Oh, greetings, how y'all doing? All right, my name is Daryl Young. I am the president for our chapter, Zeta Nu Sigma, Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. I'm really taking this moment right now. I'm in awe because I'm seeing generations of leadership here. Of service. For us, we do a lot in the community, but the biggest thing for me, and I'm very close to my mom. I'm a mama's boy. I would proudly say that. But my mom is a person of service. And that was the one thing that for our fraternity here is about service. And so that was really the biggest push for me. And this is what I see here with the Divine Nine is like, we're about service. So I want to just thank you for this time. Thank you for the opportunity. This is amazing. But what I'm really excited about is what's going to happen after this. We're going to mobilize. We're going to work together. We all talk all the time. At the same time, we're about the action. So thank you on behalf of our chapter with these wonderful men back here. They look very nice, too. So, but also, we just want to say thank you, and we're open for anything you want to do in the community. We are here for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
this is so affirming. I just want to make sure I can save this video and play it back for my own personal affirmations. Honestly, we have four more fraternities. We have the Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, the Dr. Zakia Robbins McNeil, who is the president of the Iota Zeta Zeta chapter. Also, next is the Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, Dr. Ella Gates Mahmood, Vice President of the Psi Iota Alumni Chapter in St. Paul. Then we have the Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, have Tobias, hopefully I said that right, Tobias, thank you, Tobias, thank you for that correction, Hill, Chapter State Director of the MSP Alumni Chapter. And then we have the Greater Twin Cities, Minnesota Chapter of the Links Incorporated, Dr. Kristen Morris, Chapter President. And then last but not least, we have the Minneapolis-St. Paul Chapter of the Links Incorporated, Cinnamon Pelly, who's the Chapter Vice President.
Welcome up.
Just want to share too, we have 2 minutes for each speaker.
Yep. He said, we gonna listen, we gonna keep it brief. We gonna keep it brief. Come on, get behind me. Hello. My name is Dr. Zakia Robbins McNeil, and I am here from Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. And I am bringing all of my sisters up here with me, and I'm going to share my time. So I'm going to start with my state director.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Keisha Mitchell, and I am the 5th Minnesota State Director for Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. I want to bring greetings on behalf of our International Grand Basileus, our President, Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant, our amazing Regional Director, Keisha D. Smith, and our Minnesota chapters of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. That would be our Minneapolis chapter, our Roseville chapter, and our Mankato State chapter.
All right, I'm going to take the pleasure of giving a little bit of knowledge about Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. We were created in 1920 at Howard University, well, on the campus of Howard University, just like some of our other counterparts. We were created in partnership, I'll just say in partnership. Our brothers of Phi Beta Sigma, they were up here a few minutes ago, but we do have 5 founders. We call them our 5 pearls. Arizona Cleaver Stemmons, Pearl Anna Neal, Myrtle Tyler Faithful, Viola Tyler Goins, and Fanny Petty Watts. Our 5 principles are scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer womanhood. And I want to continue to acknowledge the fact that all of the members of the Divine Nine, we continue to work together as the other members have stated, and we will continue to do so. I'm going to pass it over to my sorority sister, Latrice Daniel, who will tell you about what we do here in Minnesota specifically.
Hi, I am Latrice Daniel, the president of Sigma Beta Zeta chapter. So here in St. Paul, these are some things we've done recently. We had a community baby shower. We donated school supplies for St. Paul public schools, and we raised prematurity awareness and Black maternal health awareness in the city. In the greater Twin Cities, when Zeta calls, we answer. When the community calls, we answer. When the Annunciation school incident happened, we focused in on the people who were helping the people. So we donated to the first responders, and we donated to Children's Minnesota. When George Floyd happened, we needed to take care of the community. There was fear and there was food insecurity. We don't have time to sit around and wait to figure out who's going to help us. Yes. We showed up. We made sure that people can eat when businesses were having trouble. Recently, as is happening now, there are people afraid to leave their houses here, right? So we are making sure that our food shelves are stocked and that people have awareness of how they can help with that. So again, when Zeta calls, when the community calls, we answer.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
It'll tell you right here. So if you're watching that, it'll keep you on.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us. My name is Irene Campbell, and I'm a proud member of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, a worldwide organization formed in 1922. Our anti-basilisk, Dr. Ella Mahmoud, is attending a funeral, so we're filling in. We have expanded a little bit in the state of Minnesota, and our new chapter, which was established in St. Paul, the first Greek letter organization to be formed in the city of St. Paul ever. And our motto is greater service, greater progress. We have reached out in a number of different ways for service to our community, like with the Michelle and Barack Obama School. We worked with the drown prevention with 1922, Swim 1922. And we have a number of upcoming activities and events. One is our annual walk, run, ride, which will be at the end of the summer. And we'd love to have you come and join us. And I'm going to share with my soror from the links as well.
Good evening. Thank you, Council President and City Council members, for inviting us here to celebrate the 100th centennial anniversary of Black History Month. What a legacy. As I stand and follow my MPHC leaders and presidents on behalf of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, we are the only historically African-American sorority founded on a predominantly white campus. We were founded in the early 1920s when it was neither politically or socially correct to be a woman or a Black person pursuing higher education. It was in the height of the Ku Klux Klan era. Birth of a Nation had just dropped. It was in this moment that our founders, 7 young women, decided to become educators. They determined that scholarly research was the pathway to upliftment for the race and for the gender. So they donned these royal colors of royal blue and gold. They were hiding from no one on that campus in the middle of Indiana. And they created a legacy that more than 100 years later continues to thrive. So on behalf of both of our chapters here in the Twin Cities, thank you for letting us celebrate with you here today.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
I promise I'm gonna keep this to 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Kristen Morris, and on behalf of Greater Twin Cities, Minnesota chapter of the Links Incorporated, I extend warm greetings to our chapter leaders, our chapter members, and our sister chapter. It is an honor to stand with you. I also want to acknowledge the Black organizations gathered here today and offer deep gratitude to Council members Anika Bowie and Shanika Johnson for this invitation and for choosing to uplift the legacy and leadership of HBCUs, the National Pan-Hellenic Council, and all 9 historically Black fraternities and sorority during this milestone year celebrating 100 years of Black History Month. Links is a service organization, yes, but more than that, we are builders of community capacity, and our chapter has poured thousands of service hours into work that strengthens families and expands opportunities. We invest in health and wellness. We are showing up consistently through monthly food shelf volunteerism, and we've wrapped our arms around young people through our umbrella programming at Roseville area middle schools. We've helped register hundreds of youth to vote, hooray, and we brought our babies from Roseville to the Minnesota State Capitol so that they can be able to meet their legislators. And because civic power belongs to them, we wanted to show them. Our aim is simple: light a path to a better future and make sure our children can see themselves as the full story of possibility in arts, politics, and leadership, and in pride knowing exactly who they are. And we do this standing on the shoulders of Twin Cities trailblazers and those who built and protected Black community through every season, including here in St. Paul, where places like Rondo remind us what resilience looks like when it has a zip code and a history. To the council, our community partners, and to everyone honored today, thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment. We are here, we are serving, we are not done, we are still building. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening again.
Welcome back.
Welcome, thank you. My name is Cinnamon Pelly, and I'm the Vice President of the Minneapolis-St. Paul chapter of the Links Incorporated. Good evening to President Knocker and the St. Paul City Council. It is my privilege to stand before you. Our chapter was chartered on December 10th, 1972, by visionary women who believe that the strength of our community lies in the links we forge between friendship and service. For over 50 years, we've been a constant presence in the Twin Cities and dedicated to the cultural and economic survival of African Americans and those of African descent. Black History Month is an opportunity to honor those who didn't just witness history, but wrote it. Our chapter is home to some of the architects of St. Paul's progress. We stand on the shoulders of educational giants, like Dr. Dolores Henderson, the longest sitting administrator in Minnesota history with 46 years of service to St. Paul Public Schools, and Shirley Kaiser, St. Paul's first Black elementary school principal. We're also proud to count among our members Lisa Lissamore, a daughter of Rondo and a legend of St. Paul Central, who championed our youth for decades. Gay Massey Adams, who led the YWCA St. Paul with such distinction, and scholars like Dr. Duchess Harris of Macalester College. I should have paused after all of those shout outs. From the halls of our neighborhood schools to the highest levels of civic leadership, these women remind us that the link we provide is only as strong as the leaders who forge it. The commitment to St. Paul's youth remains our heartbeat. We're incredibly proud of past partnership with the East African Magnet School, and today we're honored to continue that work with our partnership with City View Community School in North Minneapolis. Whether we're supporting the arts, health equity, or the next generation of scholars, we do so knowing that Black history made every single day, not just in our past, but in our neighborhood, classrooms, and within these very chambers. Thank you for this recognition. The Minneapolis-St. Paul chapter of the Links Incorporated remains steadfast, your partner in service, and ensuring that the chain of progress in St. Paul remains unbroken. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You just switched up real fast. Thank you for doing it.
Okay, so with that, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a member of the IOTAs here today.
Okay, I have his and I'll keep his as well. But with that, we will actually make a motion to close the public hearing and approve.
Okay, I think I should open the public hearing first, just to make sure anyone else who
Oh, yes,
I didn't
feel free
realize
to do
we did
that. Call it up.
So
Sure.
this is still a public hearing. Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Johnson makes a motion to close the public hearing and approve.
Yes, we'll do the vote here. And then for everyone who is here with us, it would be really hard to do a picture here. We are going to make some time to do a picture outside, right where you walked in by the elevators. If we could have, I see Nicole here, and I'm going to delegate to Nicole and to Polly if you could help us just getting folks together ready for the photo. We will make sure that each chapter gets it. So we'll take it outside because there's no way we're going to fit right here.
So just to...
No, we didn't miss them. We didn't miss them, Mrs. Clark. We got them, but yes, go ahead.
So the motion on the table is to close the public hearing and approve. Is there discussion of the motion? Ms. Yang.
Thank you, Council President. Well, Councilmember Johnson and Bowie, I want to say thank you for bringing forward such a heartfelt resolution celebrating the 100th year of Black History Month. This was so beautiful. The unity, the joy, Black excellence, the commitment to your ancestors and uplifting their dreams and living out their wildest dreams is so deeply contagious. I want to say thank you to all of you for coming and speaking your truth, your commitment to service to your community, to our youth. I mean, there were so many moments when I was listening to the testifiers that I felt we're going to be okay. We are in good hands because of all of you. So many leaders, people who are trailblazers out there doing incredible work in the communities, and our youth, like they see you all out there, and that is so incredible. And I'm so proud that today I get to share such a special space with you all here in the chambers. There was something that the first speaker said that really that I really just resonated with, and it stuck with me, which is that our special guests here for the resolution, they're all here because of Councilmember Bowie and Councilmember Johnson. And that is really special because, to me, it just really speaks volumes about how representation, it truly matters. It's not going to be what saves us. I mean, the truth is that we are going to be the ones who save us. We have the power to save us. And you all are out there living that every single day. And I'm so proud to be able to serve alongside an all-woman city council. We have our first ever Hmong American mayor here, too, in St. Paul. And I know, I'm just excited. I'm excited for what is in store for our future generations and for our generations here today, too. So thank you, everybody. I'm very excited to support this and vote in favor of this resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. Council Vice President.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief. I am so humbled and honored to have all of you here in the council. I mentioned to our lawyer and the council president, I said, this is the best day in council we've ever had. So just kudos to you, and I'm just very honored to be witness of this resolution today. It does not, like the last speaker spoke to it, like we're making history right now in our neighborhoods. The fact that you all came to celebrate this occasion and show up in full force, it is incredibly beautiful. So congratulations to all of you, and I am just so honored that all of you continue to serve. That was the thread through so many of the speakers that we had, was your commitment to service and community and to each other, and as one rises, we all rise. So I'm just in awe, and thank you so much. I'm looking forward to celebrating with all of you.
Thank you, Vice President. Any other discussion of the motion? Ms. Jost.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to thank Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Bowie for putting this together. When I saw the entire Divine Nine show up here in the chambers, and just how much work that must have taken to organize this, and I just really appreciate everything that you've done and everyone that showed up here today. I really want to uplift the commitment that was shared around excellence and the commitment to service in our community, and I just really appreciate everyone that came here today and all that they do for our city. I also want to recognize that, I looked around the chambers, how many folks that are city employees or have been city council members or mayors that have also attended HBCUs and have been members of the Divine Nine too. So I just want to make sure that we're recognizing that as well, because they are everywhere and all over our city and our state and right here in City Hall. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. Ms. Coleman.
I truly have so little to add, but I will just echo the thanks to Councilmembers Bowie and Johnson for bringing this resolution forward. And like Councilmember Joe said, this must have been an incredible amount of work to pull off this coordination. And so thank you both for bringing it to us. Thank you so much to everybody for being here and celebrating this milestone. This was a really powerful presentation.
I will echo my colleagues' thanks to you both for the extremely hard work to coordinate all of this. Thank you so much to everyone who joined us today. I agree with my colleagues. I feel like we are really honored to have you all here in the chambers. This is a really special day, celebrating Black history, celebrating American history, which are the same thing. And I also want to note something that many of you touched on in your remarks, which is this theme of paying it forward, the service, the giving back that you are doing in so many different ways. Our community is truly stronger and better because of your commitment and dedication. So thank you so much. And with that, I think we will take a vote on this resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you.
Hard pivot.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Who you calling a bitch?
They probably should have played the censored version, but it's okay.
Oh, no. I was like, first Queen 15.
All right, we are going to pivot to our next item. We have a lot of other folks here for other items, so thank you all again for joining us. We are going to move on. I'll ask the city clerk to read our next item.
Thank you. Item number 16 is Resolution 26-341, directing the Department of Safety and Inspections to proceed with adverse action and imposition of a $1,000 matrix penalty against Wizards Auto Repair, LLC, doing business as Wizards Auto Repair for the premises located at 985 Randolph Avenue.
Welcome up, Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you. Council President Naker, members of St. Paul City Council. My name is Monica Schaefer. I am an assistant city attorney, and I am here today on behalf of the Department of Safety and Inspections. This matter is related to the business license held by Wizards Auto Repair located at 985 Randolph Avenue. Mohammed holds the license for Wizards. Specifically, the license is for an auto repair garage and secondhand dealer of motor vehicle parts. On January 12, 2026, the City Attorney's Office sent a notice and request for adverse action of citing violations of various license conditions, including keeping customer cars for more than 10 days, obstructing the maneuvering lane, exterior storage of car parts, and parking cars on the lot that are missing body parts and using cars for salvage. This is all in Exhibit 3. The notice provided the facts and the law under which the City Council may act on the department's recommendation to take adverse action. The notice stated that the department would recommend the imposition of the presumptive matrix penalty, which is a $1,000 fine, because this is the second violation within 2 years. In response to the notice, the licensee contacted the City Attorney's Office, admitted to the violations and outlined in the notice, and the licensee requested that he be allowed to appear before council today regarding the recommended penalty. That communication is Exhibit 5. My purpose today is to demonstrate for the council what happened in the spring of 2020, what happened and how the department has reached this recommendation. The first violation happened in the spring of 2025 and was also for violations of the license conditions, including obstructing the maneuvering lane, exterior storage of car parts, and parking cars on the lot that are missing body parts. Exhibit 2 shows that that the recommended penalty of $500 was paid and that he admitted to that violation. The facts supporting that violation are Exhibit 1. Because the current violation that we are here for today happened within 2 years of that previous violation, Section 310.03 of the code tells us that the adverse action we are here for is a second violation. So I will walk through the violations before council today with the voice-activated projector.
You said the voice-activated projector, correct?
Yes, if that's okay.
Yes,
Cool.
just making sure.
Thank you. All right, So turning to the second violation, this one that we are here for today, the department received complaints about the business in September of 2025. In November, the department inspector, LaTiffany Porter, visited the licensed premises at 985 Randolph Avenue. During the inspection, Inspector Porter identified multiple violations of several conditions. These photos that I'm going to show you today are all from exhibit number 3. So first up is page 23 of that exhibit.
We do need the voice-activated projector. But keep going, Ms. Schaefer, while we're waiting. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, sure. Nice. So this is the first photo. This is on page 23. This is photo number 3. This shows a car that is parked in violation of the approved site plan, a violation of conditions 1 and 6. Next up is page 24 of the same exhibit. Here we go. Photo 6, this photo here shows the outside storage of vehicle parts, a violation of condition number 8. Photo 26 shows, page 26, photo 13, shows vehicles not completely assembled and parked in the lot. This is a violation of condition number 9. Following this inspection, Inspector Porter sent a notice of correction, or a correction notice, to the licensee on December 1st, detailing the violations and directing that they need to be corrected by December 12th. She then returned to the licensed premises for a follow-up inspection on December 15th and realized that the inspections had not been corrected. And then over the next week, the DSI received yet more notices of violations from complaints from neighbors. So she returned to the premises again. So on page 22 of Exhibit 3, these are the photos collected from those 2 December inspections. 1 and 2 show tow trucks blocking, again, the maneuvering lane here. Page 24 showed photos 4 and 5, show outside storage of vehicle parts, which is a violation of condition number 8. Page 25 shows, again, outside storage of vehicle parts, scrap material, and tools related to the business. Also, the antifreeze not being properly disposed of according to Ramsey County hazardous waste regulations. Page 26, photo 11 and photo 12 show vehicles parked for more than 10 days on the lot and not completely assembled. These are violations of conditions 9 and 12. Page 28, photos 15 through 17 show vehicles not completely assembled and parked on the lot, violation of condition 9. Page 30 shows vehicles not completely assembled and yet parked on the lot. Page 31, again, shows vehicles not completely assembled and parked on the lot. Page 32, photos of vehicles parked for more than, photos of vehicles parked for more than 10 days and not completely assembled, violation of condition 12. Page 33 shows vehicle salvage, which is a violation of condition 9. That is also available on page 34, photo 30. Page 34 and 35 also include photos of vehicles parked for more than 10 days, a violation of condition 12. Finally, page 36 shows the failure to maintain the fence, which is a violation of condition number 1. So the department took these photos, reviewed them, and determined that there were violations of the license conditions and the city code. Therefore, because this took place within 2 years of the previous adverse action, this is a second appearance, and therefore the presumptive penalty is for $1,000. This is pursuant to the code section 310.03, clause M, subclause 1. Therefore, the department respectfully requests that the city council impose the presumptive penalty.
Great. Thank you very much. Ms. Schaefer, are there any questions for city attorney? Seeing none, my understanding is that the licensee is here to speak on their own behalf. So licensee, it's your time to come on up, and you'll have 5 minutes. Please start with your name and where you're coming from, and then we'll have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed, owner of Wizards Auto Repair on Randolph. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I respect the city and the licensing process, and I understand the concerns raised about the property during the inspection period. My intention has never been to negatively affect the neighborhood. I run a small local auto repair business, so it's pretty hard to keep up with everything by myself. Understand that operating in a residential corridor requires a higher level of organization and accountability. I've treated this as a learning experience and have made changes to how I operate. Since the inspection, I have implemented a daily closing checklist to make sure the property is compliant at the end of every single business day. I also have been looking for a flow lot where I could have vehicles that do need to be there for longer than 10 days where they could be parked there. I care about this community and I invested my livelihood into this business. My goal is to be a long-term responsible business owner and a good neighbor. I'm willing to accept a fine, but I respectfully ask the council to allow me to demonstrate a compliance without placing a disciplinary strike on my license and instead consider a probationary period. And that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Make sure to sign in. Well, Mr. Mohammed, I really appreciate you being here. I do recognize and appreciate your desire to be a good neighbor and to make sure that you understand the terms of your license and are not violating them. I am happy to help you connect with the Department of Safety and Inspections to better understand, make sure you know the terms of the license and what all of those conditions are, because I hear you saying that you want to be complying with them. That said, this was a second violation after an earlier violation in the same year. And so while I might have been a little bit more sympathetic to that after a first violation, it appears there's been a second violation, and there have also been reports even since the inspector came out for the second violation of additional violations since then. So I am going to be recommending the Department of Safety and Inspections recommendation today. I, again, would be happy to help you connect with them to better understand how to make sure there are no further penalties after this. But at this point, it appears to me that all the facts, plus the subsequent violations since the last inspection, and the quickness with which this second violation occurred compared to the first violation, seems to me to warrant the $1,000 matrix penalty for a second violation.
Yeah.
So again, please sign in. This isn't a conversation, but I'm happy to connect with you afterwards. That's going to be my motion. Is there any discussion of that motion? Ms. Kim.
Just a clarifying question. Generally speaking, those payments can be made over a payment plan, over time. What does that look like?
Thank you. That's a great question. Vice President, Ms. Schaefer, do you know how the matrix penalty can be staggered over time?
So, yes, and I'm going to give him my business card too. So I believe that there's a way to set it up with DSI, but I am not sure how that works. But DSI, again, wants to partner with business owners as much as possible. And so if that's something that DSI can accommodate, they will do that. So, and he has contact information for DSI as well as myself, but I'm going to give it to him again.
Okay. And I will certainly, again, assist with making those connections. I appreciate that point, Vice President.
Yeah. Thank you.
The goal of this is not to harm the business. The goal of this is to compel compliance with the conditions on your license to make sure the business is an amenity to the neighborhood. So if there's a way that we can work that out, we will definitely do that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion of the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you.
Oh,
So I'm going to do another switcheroo just because we have folks here who have been waiting a while on item 24. So I'm going to actually move item 24 ahead of item 17. And then we will go 24 to 17 from there. So 24.
Item 24 is resolution public hearing 26-59, authorizing the write-off of police staffing costs for qualifying free public cultural festivals and community events.
But this is a public hearing. Ms. Bowie, did you want to make any comments prior to the public hearing to introduce the item?
I can make it brief for some of my colleagues who want more clarification. So this essentially is a write-off, particularly for events and festivals that meet the criteria, and our other item, item 17, where we established the criteria being events and festivals that's lasted for 5 years or more, or in an area of concentrated poverty. This is in the same spirit, right, of eliminating some of the financial burdens and relieving and granting relief to our cultural festivals, our legacy festivals that are not able to persist this year due to their outstanding balances. Reviewing many of the outstanding balances, thank you so much to our partners in the police department. They had shared with us that the total amount for those who meet our criteria is about $75,000 that essentially we will just be writing off, which is particularly an outstanding balance. It's we have done prior write-offs in before, like for example, writing off the library late fees as example. We've done it with outstanding balances for ambulance fees and police fees. So this essentially would just be a very clear, clean-cut vote, particularly to support our cultural festivals to ensure that they can continue on this year. So you will be hearing, particularly in the public hearing, many of the event organizers and residents who support our cultural festivals, and the importance of council taking lead on actually eliminating these cost burdens so they can have an opportunity to still present, or host their events this year.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bowie. We will go to the public hearing now, and because I didn't make this didn't do my usual public hearing spiel before the last public hearing, I'll do it now. So for public hearing items, when we call for your item, we ask that you come line up on both sides of the columns in the middle. When it's your turn, come stand in between the two microphones. Again, you shouldn't need to adjust them. They should pick you up just fine. You'll have 2 minutes to testify, which do go by quickly, and my job is to keep everyone to 2 minutes, which is not always fun, but there is a timer right in front of you, so we ask that folks try to time yourselves. Start with your name and where you're coming from, and when you're done testifying, please sign in on the sign-in sheets on either side. So with that, this is a public hearing. Whoever's here to speak on this item, please come on up. And remember to start with your name and where you're coming from. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Harry Colbert Jr. I am the Vice President for the Center of Broadcast Journalism in Power 104.7, and as of December, I am a resident of St. Paul. I am representing Power 104.7, which in August every year puts together a cultural festival, 7th Street Live. It's in East St. Paul. It is a free festival that celebrates the beauty of East St. Paul. And one of the big things that is, and we're a nonprofit, we put the event on for free. Any funds that we do maintain goes right into our program, which we teach youth ages 16 to 24 the ins and outs of journalism. One of our biggest expenses, though, with the festival is with the cost of security and police, and that's a really big line item for us. And so I'm here to ask the council to consider that line item being removed so that we can continue to provide the programming that we want to do for our youth that we, again, offer at no cost to them.
Thank you very much, and make sure to sign in.
Thank you.
Welcome up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marina Neal. I'm going to do this in 2 minutes. I came here in 1998 and witnessed the Rondo Days parade. I decided with my husband to raise my family within the Rondo community. I'm originally from Canada. I have worked, I called myself a Rondo transplant baby. I've had the honor to work at Golden Time over the years, continue to raise my amazing family, including my son Justin and Cecil, and grow within this community. Back pre-COVID, I had the honor of hosting Rondo Days as a KMOJ host, and now I am on the Rondo Days board for the last 3 years, working with the people I call the Fabulous Five, Gail Smaller, Nick Mohammed, Tremaine Fulford, and Aquanetta. We are a small but mighty team. I'm a senior event manager for a living, and I take great pride not only being the treasurer for Rondo Days, but also helping to crack the whip when it comes to making sure we stay on time with our permits, our costs, as well as meeting other community members' needs. Like many other community events, we survive with grants and sponsorships. It is a very small but mighty task that we take to host Rondo Days. We also take great pride in hosting a safe and free event. We've had the honor to partner with St. Paul Police, the State Patrol, many St. Paul Black firefighters, as well as many other community agencies to ensure that our main priority of hosting a safe event is accomplished every year. We plan to do that again for the third year. I'm asking on behalf of the Fabulous Five team, the Rondo Days event that happens the third Saturday of July, that you strongly recommend and take in consideration that you reduce our rates for the previous year, and going forward that we have a say on how the fees are managed. Again, just like any other requirement with the city, we'd love to sit down in advance and go through our budget. Again, it is a great task to have the security and policing fee. We understand the need. They are amazing partners, but we just can't afford it when it gets outside of thousands and thousands of dollars. So thank you in advance for your consideration, and thank you for everybody being here today.
Thank you so much. Make sure to sign in. Welcome up.
Hello, Adrian Perryman, St. Paul resident, 55104 Life, St. Paul, Mighty Midway. I'm going to read the more polite words of my fellow co-planner of the Rondo Block Party instead of speaking off the cuff. For the 2025 Rondo Block Party, we acknowledge a budgeting mishap. We did not adequately set aside funding for the police staffing invoice as it arrived months after the event. After the event, we used available funds to cover required operational costs and close out other financial obligations. When the police bill arrived, paying it in full would have required completely depleting our remaining funds. We could not fully deplete those funds without jeopardizing the financial stability of the organization and/or ability to plan for the next festival season. A partial payment has been made, and the plan would be to continue partial payments until the bill is paid in full over the next couple of months, unless you adopt Resolution 25-59 and waive the remaining balance. For future plans for the Rondo Community Coalition and Rondo Block Party, we plan to create a public safety reserve line item in our budget and keep it restricted. We'll set aside a fixed percent total cost, or whatever that percent may be, specifically for police security costs that may arrive later. We'll budget to the high end of the projection, not the estimate. If we receive a range, we will lock in the upper bound as the budgeted amounts and treat any savings as a surplus. We will separate operating funds from event funds, use separate accounts, so general operating costs don't unknowingly absorb what should be reserved for late notices. We'll plan to secure a dedicated sponsor grant for public safety and secure costs and restrict that funding for safety items. Suggestions will be to provide for the St. Paul Police Department, provide a deposit plus a true-up model, collect a reasonable deposit based on the estimate before the event, then invoice or refund credit the difference quickly after, provide written estimates for this and scenario updates, faster invoicing, progress updates during planning, and also right-size staffing with shared goals, collaborate on a safety plan that meets public safety needs while minimizing unnecessary staffing, using a control alternatives, volunteers, ambassadors, and conduct contracted unarmed security where appropriate.
Thank you very much. Make sure to sign in. Welcome up. And we'll do the last call for anyone else who's here to testify on this item. If you could line up just so we know who's here, please do. Welcome.
How you guys doing again? My name is Bob Cruz, co-chair of Cinco de Mayo Mexican Independence Day, city council members. I understand that only the mayor can request the $155,000 be moved out of the general fund and restored for festival support from 2025, but you are elected leaders. You can advocate. Please publicly push for those funds to be restored. Now, looking at this year's funding, we are being told the maximum per festival is $7,000, but we already know some festivals may not happen because of financial strain or uncertainty. So if fewer events apply and the money is not redistributed, what happens to the excess of money? Last year, when money didn't get spent, it went back in the general account. And why is this amount the same for everyone? Why are you settling a flat amount for events that are not equally in size, impact, or cost? That's not fairness. That's a formula that ignores reality. If police presence is required, then the cost belongs in the police budget, not on the backs of the event organizers. Council members, why are you not actively pushing to recover last year's promised credit for all the events? Advocate for it. Fix this. You have that power. Put the cost where it belongs and show this community that the support is more than words. And start the conversation about reducing or ending security charges for cultural festivals. And show the community that when you say you support us, it shows up in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Make sure to sign in. Welcome up.
Good afternoon. I'm Clint Roberts. I'm the founder and director of Lower Town Sounds, which takes place on Thursday nights in Mears Park. I want to share a different perspective. I took over Thursday programming in Mears Park in 2018. I have booked music there since 2008. Obviously, the landscape's changed, and it's been very, very difficult since 2020, especially. I do thank you for this conversation because it is incredibly difficult to put on events in this city, and they're probably more important now than ever. So even the conversation to help out and look at the microfinancing is incredibly important. So thank you for that and to shine a light on that. When events go away, they're hard to get back. And I think my issue is we need to look at things more broadly and take a macro vision to things. We're seen as, Lower Town Sounds is seen as a successful event. I think that a better word maybe is we're an established event, but that doesn't mean we don't struggle. We've lost money the last couple of years, in large part because of rain, but also because of perception issues in Lower Town St. Paul. Our attendance has gone down in that regard. When we lose a night, we lose several $1,000s a night. We still have to pay our policing fees as well. So and then we had 2 rain dates this year in September, one of which was also rained out. So it's incredibly challenging to run the operation, to get people to come out, to overcome those perceptions, to create an event that is a beacon for St. Paul, that St. Paul's proud of, but there's also a business side to it as well. We always pay our bills. We paid our bills by the end of the year. I think that's what needs to be done, even if we did lose several $1,000s last year after some last-minute sponsor donations. So I would just ask to look at this issue broadly. I think events should be symbiotic with the city. I think they should benefit everyone. I've said for years, we have organizations that take advantage of this. We've got a stage most Thursday nights in Mears Park that people can come and talk about Rondo Days and talk about all these different events across St. Paul. Use that as an opportunity to spread the good word because we all need it right now. I will also say that the reality is, the competition and the challenge of rising costs isn't going away.
That is time, so I'm going to need you to wrap up
Okay,
really
sounds
quickly.
good. So I would just say that lastly, that our event used to be 12 weeks, now it's 8 weeks. And we're fighting to stay at 8 weeks because that's what it costs.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Make sure to sign in. All right, since there's no one else here to speak on this item, I'll take a motion from Ms. Bui to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The public hearing is closed.
Ms. Bui, did you want to make a motion?
I actually want to just bring up if we have a representative here from the police department, because I do have a question particularly about our unpaid balances. And my apologies if this question is kind of taking you by storm, but I think I want to just make sure while we have people here who are hosting events and have organized in the past, if we can just have on record particularly around what is the process for the police to actually recoup some of the balances, because currently what's on the agenda right now is about 7 organizations that have an outstanding balance. If you can speak to what are some of the conditions, when an organization has outstanding balance, what are some of the circumstances for them? Are they able to continue on, or what is the process with the police, particularly with recouping these uncollected funds?
Thanks, Ms. Bui, for the question. I will say I'm glad, Commander Hallstrom, you're here. I want full disclosure. I invited Commander Hallstrom at Councilmember Johnson's request, I think, for the next item to talk about the Festivals Event Security Credit proposal. So if you're able to answer Ms. Bui's question, that would be great, Commander, but I just want to be clear that he didn't know he was here on this item. So
Thank you, Council President and Council members. The police department traditionally does not get involved with collecting of debt and bills. We submit a bills to Office of Financial Services for payment, and then that is the capacity for the police department's involvement. So, I mean, we give an estimate and we calculate our actual costs. We submit the bill, and we don't want to be involved in determining what percentages or who gets to pay their bills.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Do we have anyone here from OFS? I know I had requested for Director Laura to be here.
I'm hearing that Director Logsdon had to leave, but was here earlier.
Well, one of the things I wanted to share, after a series of weeks, if not months, particularly talking with some of the directors, one of the things, the reason why, I'm taking this vote is because I don't believe that, police, our community should be in the business of billable expenses for something that should be treated as a public purpose. In the resolution, here, we're also determining that the police costs when they service these, based off our criteria, these type of events, that they're treated as a public purpose. There are some questions that people may have, particularly around council's authority, but I do want to just have this discussion and also take the vote. Particularly, my motion is for us to decide on writing off the expenses, and I can read some of the organizations into the record. And I want to be clear, this wasn't just a council-led selection process. This was information, data that was received from the police department of those who have outstanding balances. And as we have heard earlier today, the critical need to have these festivals and the negative impact, right, that not only on the festival event organizers, but for our community, who will no longer have access to celebrate. We just had a resolution earlier today. We were celebrating not only Black history, but the joy and all of the excellence that comes with our beautiful celebrations. So the organizations that we have here, particularly, African Economic Development Solutions, Little Africa Festival, we have the Fourth Ends Park Festival, Little Mekong Night Market, Rondo Avenue Inc., which hosts Rondo Days, and then we have the Rondo Community Coalition, which hosts the Rondo Block Party, and the Pride Festival that we know takes place downtown St. Paul, and last but not least, the St. Anthony Park Branch Library Association. They host the St. Anthony Park Festival. So those are the ones that we have the power to actually write it off. And like I mentioned, that total is about $75,000 is listed in the resolution. But I'm open for discussion, but I really want to move forward with the vote because I think this is an opportunity for us to make good on our promise. In terms of last year, we were not able to administer the $155K to some of those organizations that would have met our criteria, and because of that, they're paying the price. So I think this is an opportunity for us to make good on, supporting our cultural arts and festivals.
Thanks, Ms. Bowie. So we'll take that as a motion for the item for approval. So I, first of all, just want to thank everyone who came out to testify. I am so grateful for all the vibrancy, the fun, the connection that you bring to our community. I couldn't agree more. That is more needed now than ever. And I also appreciate all the hard work that all of us have been doing to try to find both a solution in the short term for the $155,000 that I know we're all eager to get out the door, and the long term. And I know many of us around this table have expressed concern, as we heard today, about the fact that we're charging these very high costs for security for our festivals at all, and how much of an impact that is having on our community festivals, our community organizations in particular. And so I know at our Public Safety Committee very soon we're going to have a conversation about the opportunity to remove these fees in the future in total, and whether we can move that into next year's budget and do that next year. But we're talking right now about the resolution that's in front of us, and I will say that I have some very serious concerns about the resolution in front of us, which I have shared with Councilmember Bowie. There are three main concerns I have. The first one is that we all received a memo from our city attorney's office letting us know that this would be an illegal gift. So this would not be legal. This would be a gift to 7 organizations that Ms. Bowie just named that do not warrant a public benefit and that do not meet the level of need for collections having been done. As we heard from our police department, we don't even try to collect on these debts for them to be written off. So our city attorney's office has opined that this would be an illegal gift, and I take that seriously. The second reason I have a concern about this is that this is just fundamentally unfair. I don't understand why we would waive the balance for organizations that held a festival last year that have not paid their bills and do nothing for organizations, many of whom testified today, who did pay their bills. And in some cases worked very hard to pay their bills. So we heard the list of organizations that would be waived, but here are some of the organizations that would receive nothing. The Cinco de Mayo Festival paid $65,000 last year. Grand Ole Days paid $95,000. Lower Town Sounds, $8,000. Juneteenth, $755. Hmong New Year, $11,000. Mexican Independence Day, $18,000. Fiesta Latina, $9,000. And 7th Street Live, who testified today, $5,900. All of those costs were heavy burdens for those organizations, and they paid those bills. We don't know what kind of a hardship it was for them to pay them, but they did. Those organizations under this proposal received nothing, and the 7 organizations that Ms. Bowie mentioned that did not pay their bills receive a complete write-off. That's not fair, that's not equitable, it's not something that I can justify to the people who came here today to testify or to the people who have reached out and submitted public comments that you can see on the record. And finally, there's no funding source for this. We've heard via email from Director Laura Logston that the $155,000 for this year cannot be used to write off a balance from last year. And if it were used to write off the balance for last year, that would be taking away further dollars from those organizations that we are hoping to help support this year. So this is not legal, it's not fair, and it's not the right thing to do. And I will be voting against this item and looking forward to bringing forward the next item, item 17, version 2, to give out the $155,000 in a fair and equitable way to our community festivals. Ms. Bowie.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to call into question because I think it's really important as we are using very substantial legal terms saying that this is illegal. I recall as a council member, we have written off many expenses before. We have written off library fees. We have even written off people's vacancy buildings. We've written off people's fees and fines, and we've even written off people's loans and forgiven people's loans in the benefit of building affordable housing or meeting our housing policy. I think it's really important if we're going to call something an illegal gift that we have on record, particularly how that law is being interpreted, because in this resolution, we are actually exercising the authority that's in our charter, which is authorizes the council to write off these expenses. Now, we are the ones to determine whether an expense is a public purpose or not. But that is a direction that I am seeking for my colleagues to go. If the question is security costs for community festivals is a public purpose? I would say it is. We've heard particularly earlier today how these festivals actually are more of a benefit to the city than they are to the ones who's hosting it. So I think it's really important that we have on record, maybe from our city attorney, to particularly reference our source how writing off an expense that we actually have authority to do based on our charter is considered illegal, because I think those are really some serious allegations that I want to clarify.
Yes, and I'll turn to Mr. Staley in a moment. To be clear, the words illegal gift were the city attorney's words in the memo that we received on this subject, in which they also clarified what conditions have to be met to do a write-off, to your point, and that those conditions are not met here. But Mr. Staley, feel free to weigh in, and then we'll go to Council Vice President.
I would rely on the memo that was provided to council members this morning. It's generally not our policy to get into details of the legal analysis that we provided to council members. It's attorney-client privilege. It kind of would give a roadmap to people who are unhappy with the decision as to how to go about suing us. I don't feel comfortable sharing that on the record.
So we all have that memo in our email inboxes, and we can consult that on our own. Council Vice President.
Yeah, thank you. Just one second. Yeah, because I guess you sort of iterated the thing that I was going to name, is that it seems as if there is a process for us to deem something as, I think, being defined as an uncollectible debt. And so I guess I have questions for OFS, because we heard from police, who I thought was attempting to collect the debt, whether or not the current correspondence meets those definitions and steps in the process. And so my understanding is that it is deemed in an illegal gift because it hasn't met that definition. But I'd be very interested in what part of that definition or what steps has the city made so far to begin that process of deeming something as an uncollectible debt. So that was my personal interpretation. I'm realizing that probably wading us into the attorney-client privilege space, but I've got questions about that because I do think that it sort of articulated what that path looks like. So I'd be interested what steps have already been made. And so I think my understanding, just to keep us safe, is that because it doesn't meet that definition, that's why it's considered did you call it an illegal gift? Or not you, but an illegal gift. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a path for these debts to be put into a process for that consideration. So I'm very open to, whatever path you want to take with this, Councilmember Bowie, but that was sort of my understanding about that. And then as it turns to sort of like, hearing from folks and their ability to pay, I think that's also something I'm really interested in. And again, I know that you've been working with these organizations and this process a lot longer than I have, so I defer to you. But those are some questions that I have that I'm interested in, but don't need immediate answers for.
Thank you, Vice President. I saw Ms. Johnson, and then Ms. Coleman.
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate all of the folks that made it out today to talk. I appreciate Power 104.7 being here because it's one of the few events and festivals that, of all the lists of incurred costs, exists in Ward 7. I will share that transparently, of the 7 that this resolution inquires or is actually talking about, does not include your fees. It wouldn't necessarily assist you in that. The next resolution with plans for the next events for 2026 would pertain to it. But I have had a chance, this is my first meeting back in person, but I have had a chance to watch every meeting that this item was discussed. And I'll just share with you all my overall discomfort of the vote today is in part because the briefing came this morning, like the legal memo came this morning. I was kind of going through a lot of the details, and I think that at the end of the day, the issue remains that there's an appetite to actually explore what being able to not have the security costs be a burden to folks executing events and festivals in our city. And that's initially where this all started. The initial investment was put in place because of that reality and folks realizing that. We had, for context as well, right, we had many different organizations that were seen as spark in an increase in their overall security costs. This is an item that I do think mission-driven I align with when it comes to being able to supplement the police staffing costs. Originally, I was a council member who was very supportive of being able to utilize the $155,000 that we were having a discussion because I saw a way for these organizations to benefit, especially for the ones that were unable to make ends meet for last year into this year. And I think there are folks on that list that are not planning to have a festival this year because of many different reasons, but some of them have named that they're still trying to pay off the debt from this past year. I really wish that we operated in an environment where we would be able to work with the city attorney's office, with the Office of Financial, Services, with not necessarily a yes or no, but here's a path forward, here's a path of how we do that. Let's find out what we want to do, which we've heard on the public hearings, we've heard from many conversations. Folks have an appetite to really watch this security cost line item be smaller. And I think we have the resources in-house. I think we do have the ability here in the city to explore what it looks like to be able to not have the security costs be a burden to the events and festivals. I don't know if this necessarily accomplishes it, but I have seen many emails from Councilmember Bowie where they get basically told the same response. I have seen, the legal memo, which I've reviewed it, but I do have a lot of questions. I don't necessarily know or agree with the notion that using security costs for an event and festival is something that is public, genuinely, the whole point of an event and festival is because it is for the public community, it is for the neighborhoods. I find it hard to find that not a public use. And I'm struggling with that argument because I don't actually agree with it, and I don't think that
is accurate. And I'm just being honest and I'm being candid, but I did share with Councilmember Bowie that I would not be prepared to support this today. I wanted a layover. And, you know, depending on where the votes lie, if people are willing to take a vote today, you know, I'll make up my mind as we go along. But it's just, we tend to have these items come forward, and because we operate in a yes or no form, we get a yes or no answer, and it's not helpful to getting us to what we really want to do, which is like, you know, reach out and make it more affordable to have events and festivals in our community and our city. $60,000 for security costs for police, $95,000 to have a parade. Those expenses are sometimes double what that's their entire budget times two. That is not something that we should be doing in general. And so at the city, we shouldn't necessarily have a $95,000 fee for Grand Old Days, just like we shouldn't have a $5,000 fee for a festival in the east side of St. Paul. And so I'm just really grappling with the fact that while we've been doing this yes or no dance, and I've watched many of it, I've watched social media posts and all of the things that have been really quite messy and that haven't actually resolved the issue at hand, which is we've all been trying to find solutions of ways to pay the city. I just want to remind us of that. Like this item, the write-off is because we couldn't be able to use the $155,000 we used for grants to pay ourselves. And so like, I'm here for the candid conversations, but we're literally arguing about how the city's gonna pay the city. And it's the city and the city not answering itself. And so it's really frustrating. It's very counterintuitive. And whether something, you know, to the piece of illegal versus legal, that's where I wanted to dig in more, and I wanted to have more candid conversations because I do think it's unfinished. I will not fault Director Lawson for having to leave and go pick up her children. This is a long meeting, but I would like more cooperation from the Office of Financial Services on this ask because I don't think it's inappropriate for folks to want to be able to interpret the law that's given to us. And if the City Attorney's Office has a different interpretation than the council member, we should be getting that before 9 a.m. this morning, or excuse me, 8:35. And so like, I'm not prepared to vote on this today. I will make myself prepared if it's something that our colleagues want to do in moving. And Councilmember Bowie, if you're willing to withdraw and ask for it, I'll ask you on the record for, you know, at least a 2-week layover to be able to get to a place where we can give more attention to this. If that's not something that you're willing to do, and we do have the vote today, and you leave the motion on the table, I'll make up my mind in real time, and that's okay. Because at the end of the day, I just want to remind ourselves, like, this was an item we offered to pay the $155,000 to have that be a funding source. We were told that we couldn't do that. I have yet to find that in actual ordinance form beyond someone just saying that's not a practice that we have. I don't see anything that would preclude us from doing that legally. But hey, to each his own. And that is the loop that we keep running in, the cycle that we keep running in, and it's getting tiresome. And so, you know, and what I'm saying from that is like, that's what you're hearing. That's the frustration that you're hearing. And so I'll save some of my questions for the police department for the next one, because I have some questions just about community trust, and I also have some questions about how they're going to execute that fairly, how they're going to execute that, and you know, and to do that role. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this item isn't wrong. There's nothing about this item that I would say is wrong, or in my opinion, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but the main arguments are it's not public use. I don't necessarily agree with that. And that for some reason, this debt that we may not even collect, if it stays this way, we don't actually go after, we can't write off. And that seems contradictory at best. So I'll just say that and leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're talking about a lot of different things. I just want to make sure that we remain clear on what is in front of us. And what is in front of us is a proposal to write off the balances for 7 organizations because they didn't pay their bill, and not to benefit all of these other organizations that did pay their bill. That's what's in front of us, whether it's legal or not. I think a memo from our city attorney's office saying that it is an illegal gift, I take very seriously. But even if you set that aside, I think the question is it fair and is it equitable for 7 organizations to get this massive benefit and for all of the other organizations to be left in the cold? That is what is in front of us. I saw Ms. Coleman's hand.
I will try to keep this somewhat organized. So I want to start with one of the pieces that Councilmember Johnson mentioned, which is just, I think we've all been sitting through these conversations for, you know, you all for much longer than I have, but at least for a couple of months now, and have heard from so many folks from throughout the community, and it seems very, very clear to me that a bigger solution is needed here. From conversations I've had with folks in the city, 25 years ago, we weren't charging security costs for events and festivals. It was something that was baked into the city budget, and we had a plan for how to cover those costs. It seems very clear to me that that is a goal that many people, maybe all of us on this council, would be very interested in getting back to, and I think it is something that we could and should prioritize in our budget this year. And I think all of the conversations that we've had, all of the testifiers who we've heard from in chambers, speaking to the importance of community celebration, speaking to the importance of these cultural events, has made very clear that this is something that the community is asking of us. I think that there are a number of questions that I don't have answered about this specific proposal at this point, and I will try to streamline them. I think one of them is sort of to Council Vice President Kim speaking about the statutory obligation to attempt to collect the debt before it's written off. You know, I look at this list of festivals and I have questions. Fourth in the Park, St. Anthony Park Branch Library Association. Could they afford to pay the $72,000 that they owe between the two of them if we attempted to collect that debt? I think the idea of writing things off before we've even determined if people have the capacity to pay is not a practice that I'm super interested in, because I do think that it risks being a poor investment of city dollars if we're writing off funds that could be paid. We have to collect that not only money as it was and why it's been implemented as it has been. One of my assumptions would be that it's to avoid writing off money that we might otherwise be able to collect with just some minimal effort. I think the other piece that I have a lot of concerns about, that just given the timing of all of this, I haven't had a chance to get answered, is with 9606, which, you know, my read of it is that there are serious legal questions about what would happen to the festivals whose fees we wrote off, and would they be able to apply for future permits from the city. I think that that's something that I would not want to do something today that would inadvertently jeopardize the ability of any one of these 7 festivals to have an event in the future, because we've jeopardized their ability to get a permit from the city by doing this write-off. I think that that is a huge unanswered legal question, and just kind of prevents me from feeling ready to vote on this today. And then the final thought, and to Council President, your point of not wanting to merge 2 different topics here, although it's hard not to do that, because I'm looking at this math and it looks like of these 7 festivals, they owe an outstanding balance of almost $82,000, which would leave under or just over $73,000 to distribute for this year to the festivals. If that is, again, I know we didn't have a chance to hear from OFS today, but it sounds like that would be the funding source, is this $155,000 that we have committed to allocating this year. So then that leaves us with less than half of that budget. And I think that without going through that process of determining if these are the 7 festivals that we want to prioritize, it doesn't feel ready to me. Again, appreciate the intention, and I think that there's a lot of shared values here. I think that as this currently stands, I'm not prepared to support it.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. I saw Ms. Jost. Ms. Jost.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that I agree with like the issue that we're trying to solve and the problem that we're facing. You know, the cost of security, all those other additional events that Council President Naker listed were, you know, tens of thousands of dollars for security. And that is a problem that we do need to solve. And I think we all are committed to that. Security for events shouldn't be that expensive. It's not something that a lot of our events and festivals have been able to meet. Many events and festivals have been canceled or had to skip years in order to even continue to be able to be put on in our city. And so that is a major concern I have around the sustainability of those events and festivals. And I also do agree, so I agree with exploring, you know, what are the other security options that we could utilize in our city. And I also, you know, I understand that we're trying to be able to do what we can to, you know, some of these organizations were supposed to receive this money last year, and now we're here into this year, and there are some outstanding debts, and so I get trying to want to help them out. I understand that. I do share some of the concerns around even before we received the memo from the city attorney's office, just in my own review of section 96, if we were meeting the definition of a write-off in this situation. And so I was already concerned about that. And there is the question of, does this meet a public purpose? I, reviewed the city attorney's memo, but I think that's a fair question as well. And so, for that reason, I won't be supportive of approving this write-off today. We have written off other debts and other situations in the city, but those have met those requirements and the requirements in Chapter 96. And I do also, I was going to flag the concern about Section 9606 and the ability, even if these are written off for these organizations, that section reads that they are not able to get permits for other non-emergency services or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it says. For accessing non-emergency services until their previous invoices are repaid, even if, there was a write-off. So there are just other questions and concerns that I have around that. So I won't be supportive of this today, but I do appreciate, the ways that we're trying to solve this problem.
Thanks, Councilmember Jost. Ms. Yang.
Thank you, Council President. Well, I first would like to thank you and also Councilor Bui for all your work that you've put into this. I know we probably have been talking about this for over a year already, and it's really been the both of you who have taken lead in the conversation. So I really am grateful to the both of you. I commend you, Councilor Bui, for your clarity in the direction that you even want to take this conversation in completely waiving the security fees for our events and festivals, which I am very supportive of. I still remember being on the council here like a few years ago when this issue first came up. There were many organizations that asked for us to do something like radically different, and that meant we had to be really bold and think outside of the box. And here we are many years later. We still haven't resolved it. I think there is definitely a pathway forward for it, and I really appreciate you for the ways in which you have really paved this pathway for the council here to even consider completely waiving the fees in the future. I think it would do us a lot of good to lay this over for a couple of weeks, because there's clearly questions that council members have from OFS especially. Like, I'd be very curious to find out, what do they do after our police department does send them this sort of, I would say, like maybe invoice for the debt or the fees that are owed from organizations. Like, what does that process look like for them to actually get those payments in from nonprofits and organizations? There's like a few things that I have been just thinking about. Well, definitely one that doesn't really sit well with me, like this part about, well, other organizations, they've paid their bills already, so why should we be even considering the resolution to write off this debt here for the ones who have an outstanding balance? And I finally figured out why. It feels very unsettling for me. It's because I've actually heard that talking point many times before when it came to wiping out medical debt that the city council here that we approved and also was led by Mayor Melvin Carter, when it comes to even pushing for universal health care, for free college for all, which are all issues that I care deeply about and am very supportive of. And I see a lot of parallel between this conversation and that. And you've named fees that we've written off before in the city here, and I'm very grateful to you for the research you've done, because it really shows just the grit that you're willing to put in to figure out a solution on how we can make this work out. I definitely see a pathway forward, and I want to be very supportive of that. And I think it's also really important that we get the questions answered, knowing that this was something that came very, very suddenly to the city council here. And so I wanted to let you know that I would love to see a layover happen. If you would be supportive of that, it'll give us time to really get those answered, the questions answered.
Ms. Bui.
Thank you, Council President. First, I just want to say I really appreciate your words, Councilmember Yang. And I know we've been in partnership, particularly around trying to find a solution. There's a couple of things I want to touch on just after hearing from some of my colleagues. I just want to make really clear, too, because I think what's been said on the record particularly is that, unfairness and one person receiving this relief and the others aren't, particularly because they have paid the bill. Especially in the spirit of Black History Month, I just want to name out that colonizational mindset is something that puts us against each other, and it has this type of mentality that one person's liberation is someone else's injustice, and we can't we can't afford to move as a society or as a city if what we're going to do for one is if we're going to frame it as it's hurting another person. Just like in the same spirit of college loan debt relief, right? With someone getting their student loans waived doesn't hurt me in any way. Just like we're going to be doing a public hearing on the emergency assistance or rental assistance. Someone getting their rent paid for so they can be housed doesn't hurt me as someone who can afford to pay my rent. It's really important that we name it and distinguish exactly how we approach our votes and that we don't function in a way that pits one community group against another. We've heard from many organizations who have paid their bills and who also share the same exact experience of many of the organizations that have not. Another thing I want to mention, for somebody who used to work in Ramsey County, I was a clerk and used to process many people's public assistance benefits. And one of the barriers that I saw, particularly with people getting access to public assistance, is the burden of paperwork and verifications and proof. People who are like deep, deep poverty, who are literally homeless, going to Ramsey County and waiting in those lines, and then the administration telling them for them to prove that they actually have a financial burden. The burden is now on them instead of the burden being on the city to actually, do something differently and do something bold to actually grant relief. I think these, we have heard particularly around the organizations that do have an outstanding balance that the proof is going to be is whether or not they can exist this year. I don't need to wait around and find out through a headline that Rondo Days has to cancel because they did not receive support. I don't want to wait around to hear that Lil Me Kong has to stop or cancel their festival in my ward because we didn't take action. It is appealing to me to lay this over if that means that we're gonna get the questions answered. I take the legal guidance very seriously. I also do challenge the fact that this will be considered a legal gift. I want to have the type of relationship with our city attorney that if we are being clear with our policy intentions, that we have support from our city attorneys in terms of what is the pathway to get there. When I brought forth this resolution and it was reviewed by 2 city attorneys, I never received any alerts or review or remarks, particularly that this was not a legal path. It is until literally this morning finding out that if we go this route, that it can cause some legal risk. I also wanted to make really clear too. It's 2 issues that were mentioned, particularly around a public purpose. Like, council has the power to bring forth a resolution naming it as a public purpose. The only thing that's different is just literally us acknowledging if this meets a public purpose or not. And the other thing that was mentioned is really a question for OFS around how they determine what is an uncollectible bad debt, which is written in the legal memo. And in this case, from my awareness that their invoice has went out, there has been some reason of failure of payment. It's not necessary for me to know why they have failed in paying. I think we can literally open up our eyes and see all of the distress that many of our small businesses are faced with, especially in our cultural corridors. I don't need people to come and take time off of their day to share with us what their grievances in terms of why they weren't able to pay their bills. And lastly, I will be motioning to lay this over because I do think this calls into question our OFS interim director and also our city attorneys, particularly around how the law is being interpreted. I do want to continue having those conversations. I also want to, set a precedence that, we have the power to make these decisions. And however we get there, needs to be in the spirit of actually, granting relief for these festivals, and not creating hurdles and not creating environments that pits one against the other. We have heard really strongly here in this chambers that all of our festivals are a benefit to our community. And although this vote is just about these select organizations, now if we didn't determine which organizations, what was determined was based off of the need that we wanted to meet, and that was the organizations that have outstanding balance. So with that, I would want to, unless there's more comments, I do intend to motion for a 2-week layover.
Okay, so why don't we, so you'll withdraw your previous motion and move for a 2-week layover so we can discuss that. I think it makes sense to take that motion so we can discuss that motion. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. So the motion is for a 2-week layover. I saw Vice President Kim.
Yeah, I'd be supportive of that. I'm, again, I think just to maybe more articulate, if I can't even do it, articulately, nope, can't do it, reiterate, is I think that to me, my interpretation of this conversation is like that these debts don't meet that definition today. But I think a large part of it is on our side, the city, on whether or not we have pursued that process to make those definitions and how we're collecting the payment on these, right? Like, what have we done that continues that debt along sort of that pathway to be defined? And then I also have a question around, do we even pursue debt collection? Because then some of these organizations are just kind of in the swirl of like, we owe the city money, we want to have these events. And so it's to name, those are questions that I have. They don't change my confidence in what you're bringing to the table, but I do think that, at least for me, I'd love to get some answers on that. But I just want to emphasize, Councilmember Bowie, that you have identified a much larger sort of question and issue that's happening in the city around our events and festivals. And so to name for myself and for my colleagues, I see what's happening as separate issues. You are after a much more systemic question around sort of the way that, we even charge for these services, right? I think the underlying question here is like, why are security costs so high to begin with? I think a lot of us just now, through what we've experienced, have proven that we keep each other safe. And so the necessity of security costs, I think, should be also on the table, which I'd be very interested in pursuing with you at Public Safety. So I think that you are bringing a very robust and systemic question to the table. And I also see what is potentially a version 2 for 17 or version 4 as sort of like separate but similar parts of this problem. But really just commend the way that you've identified such a systemic issue and fully support your approach today. If you want to move a layover, I'd be supportive of that and would certainly tag team to ensure that we get our questions answered together.
Thanks, Vice President. I see Ms. Johnson and Ms. Jost.
Yeah, I'm going to support that layover. Thank you for allowing time for that. My follow-up, and I think the thing that I also would just like to make sure we get clarity on before that vote, I'd like to further understand, and I'll say that to Dan as well, the notion that the aspect of writing off these fees or basically being able to cover these fees is not a public use. I really want to dive further into that because if that is the ruling that is being placed right now, that doesn't change even if we find the funding for that later. That's something that to me I'm interpreting as that the actual write-off of the fee itself is not a public use. And that is actually something that I need to get more clarity on because one, I disagree, but two, I also want to make sure that that's not something that's just not a conversation in the future. Like we can't, we have, it seems to be that there's a mission or like it seems to be that there's some interest from council members to potentially explore what it looks like to do what we've already done in the past, which is to not have to charge folks for our security costs. And if we're saying that security costs are not a public use, when grants like the Cultural Star grant actually support compensating security, I actually need to understand why that's being used here and the differentiation between that because it's been deemed an eligible use before. So that's my clarity. That's why I would like to have the 2-week layover. That's the clarity that I need to have before that vote and the differentiation to understand it fully. And I just wanted to be clear about that for the record, so for our city attorney's office, because that's what I'd like to see.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I see Ms. Jost, and then I will say something and then see if there's any other comments. I think we should move on.
Yeah, I think for me, I feel like it's clear to me that it doesn't meet the requirements of Chapter 96 to be that are for a definition of a write-off. And even if it met the definition of a write-off, I don't know that I agree that we should write it off for some of the same reasons that there are a lot of debts that aren't on this list. I also I don't agree with the idea that this is similar to medical debt or healthcare. Like, those are critical basic needs for people. We're talking about events and festivals, so I don't agree with that comparison and thinking about how we're making this decision around if we should write this off or not, while I do really value our events and festivals. And I also really want to, I do see, again, we've been talking about two separate issues, some of the big systemic issues that Councilmember Bowie has raised and brought to our attention, and then the desire to get this money out the door for this year. It's $155,000 for events and festivals for this year, and that's more so the priority for me right now, especially given the timeline of how we can take action to make that happen versus this other issue that is going to take a lot more effort. And I also just want to be really cognizant of how much time that we've already put into this. I originally agreed to a 1-week layover for the other item 17. I think that's what number it is. And now here we are several weeks later. So I just think it's most efficient if we really kind of separate those issues out. And I want to focus on getting this money out the door, being really cognizant of staff time that's already been spent on this, that is probably in the amount of tens of thousands of dollars at this point. And I just want to make sure we're being most efficient in how we're making our decisions and taking action today. So I will not be supportive of the layover, but I do look forward to still trying to solve the problems that we're talking about.
Thank you, Councilmember Jost. I also will not be supportive of the layover. I am prepared to vote today. I also believe that this is just further kicking the can down the road. I want to be really clear that I am not saying that one event's loss is another's gain. I'm not pitting events against each other. What I am saying is that we need to be fair on this council, and we need to be able to justify our decisions to those who would ask us about them tomorrow or as soon as we leave this room, from those who have come to chambers tonight. And I cannot justify right now saying to the folks who've come out to testify tonight, you paid your bills last year, and with no hardship assessment whatsoever, without knowing how hard it was for you to pay, without knowing how easy it would be for another organization to pay that hasn't paid yet, we wrote off one group's bills and we left you holding the bag. I can't justify that, and I'm frustrated that we are continuing to go back and forth on this. I recognize that people have questions, but this is continuing to keep us from being able to get dollars out the door that we need to. So I think sounds like we'll take a vote on the layover after Ms. Bowie and then Ms. Coleman.
Just real quickly, events and festivals are our lifeline to our neighborhoods and to our commercial corridors. And for someone who's born and raised in Rondo, I think Rondo Days is very essential, and it's really so meaningful to many of our businesses. When we had our business awards here, some of the businesses that got awarded came out of events and festivals like Rondo Days, came out of a lot of our brick and mortars, came out of these festivals. So this is an economic development plan. This is essential to our city. I know everyone has different opinions, but particularly in Ward 1, our events and festivals are our lifeline. I also wanted to say something on the record too. This actual vote actually has way less effort and has zero administration. It's literally a clean-cut write-off. We're not transferring dollars anywhere, and I want to make very clear, this vote has nothing to do with the $155K. With a write-off, we don't have to think that this pot of money is coming out of the $155K budget. We've seen in other write-offs before, it's budget solved through our Office of Financial Services. That's really a job, and that's really the job and the responsibility of our Office of Financial Services to budget solve for that. So those two things are very separate. Although we're in the same spirit of talking about events and festivals, I want to make it really clear for the record. And also, too, what was said is really want to get the money out the door. The truth of the matter is we're not getting money out the door. We're giving money back to us. We're just switching the money from one department to the other department. This is not actually going out the door. None of our events and festivals are going to actually have any of these dollars. They're just going to have particularly in the route that we go in the next item to come, just have a reduction to their police budget. And I already had shared that I would not be supportive of that, mainly because of people have mentioned before, the lack of uncertainty with the police expense going up every year. Is the 7,000 just going to just basically cover inflation, right? Is that actually going to, like, if they're going to be experiencing or receiving a police estimate that's 10,000 or 9,000 more that we have seen in current trends, is this actually going to cover the issue? So that's why I am taking this attempt, and it's a different approach, because instead of going through discussions of playing hot potato with which department wants to do it or not. The truth of the matter is, here in St. Paul, we cannot find a director who can manage and administer $155K to give to events and festivals. That's really unfortunate and really unacceptable. I think that we also, like Councilmember Johnson have shared, I want to see better relationships and better partnerships with our directors. We should not have to be figuring out right here, all 7 of us, how we can actually ensure and support our events and festivals. Like, this is not just a council decision. We really need buy-in from our mayor and buy-in from our departments. I see that we have the Parks Director here. I want to also just share, have been a really great partner and built those relationships with our community events and festivals. But as we're talking about high police costs, this is the opportunity for our police to come to the table and come up with some solutions. It's unfair for us to have to figure it out, and I want us to have a clear way forward. And if we have the authority to determine that something is a public purpose, which I've already stated my intentions on doing, and also we can show proof that this is an uncollectible debt, then those are the 2 criteria for us to actually make this vote. And I understand other council members may not, feel confident or bold enough to take that chance, but I think the danger in not making a decision, or the consequences of not making this decision, is not having these festivals this year. And that is very consequential to me. I don't want to go into a future where we have set on record that we are not willing to do anything to support these events and festivals.
Thank you, Ms. Bui. So the motion is for a 2-week layover. Take Ms. Jost, and then I think we're going to call the question. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Coleman was after Ms. Bui. Ms. Coleman, and then Ms. Jost. And then we're really going to vote.
My question is mostly procedural, but I don't know if anybody here will be able to answer it because it sounds like there's a disagreement. And I will say, I don't think I received an email from Director Logsdon today, so I don't know. It's possible I missed something. So like I said, I'm not prepared to support this today. I do generally, want to support efforts to lay things over in order to try to improve things and strengthen things to the point where there can be, be a vote with all of the questions answered. That said, because there's the suggestion on the table, or maybe the answer on the table, that if we do this, then it does, again, that's coming out of that may or may not be coming out of the $155,000.
I believe Ms. Bui and I have both confirmed with Ms. Logsdon that does not come out of the $150,000.
I want to be clear. I think, I have not received that information from Ms. Laura. Sorry, I have a difficulty pronouncing her last name. But I want to be clear. This vote, as you can see in the resolution, it does not reference the $155K. If we were to vote to write this off, the question would be, what source or what budget solve will we be using? And since the $155K is unused dollars, our current dollars that we have for this year, Mrs. Laura had mentioned that we are able to use this year's funds for last year's balance. So this is a write-off because we've already closed out of last year. So this is considered, particularly this is an unpaid balance, and it doesn't seem like there's any avenue to collect on this balance. So we're essentially, either it's unpaid or remains outstanding and these events and festivals can't exist, or we could write it off. So I want to be clear, I think those are valid questions to be asked, and I wish Ms. Laura was here to answer them, but it was not my intentionality for the $155K to be used to solve this.
And to that point, we will move forward with item 17 after this, as Ms. Bui mentioned. So thank you, Ms. Bui, and then Ms. Jost.
Yeah, I just want to say 2 things about the money. That the write-off does still need to be budgeted somehow. There needs to be a budget solve, and we don't know what that is right now. So I think that matters. The other times that we've had resolutions for write-offs that has not been the situation. I just also want to say that I'm just concerned about the comments around like departments not being willing to house this program. Like a lot of our department directors have put in a lot of effort the last several weeks to try to problem solve this, and it just doesn't seem fair to me to say that when so much effort has been put into this, and I don't agree that it's lack of partnership with them. And so that I just want to flag that comment that really just concerned me.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. Okay, so I think we are now ready to vote. The motion on the table is for a 2-week layover of item 24. We will do a roll call vote.
Coleman,
Yes.
Johnson,
Aye.
Jost,
No.
Kim,
Aye.
Yang,
Aye.
Bowie,
Yes.
Council President Naker.
No.
5 in favor, 2 opposed, those being council members Jost and Naker. The item is laid over to March 11th. All right. Item number 17 is resolution public hearing 26-37, establishing the festivals and events security credit. The public hearing on this is closed, and this was laid over from February 4th.
So this has been laid over since February 4th. Just to remind folks where we are at, version 2 is the version that is in front of us right now. I want to ask Commander Hallstrom, I really appreciate your patience. Commander Hallstrom is here to speak to how the program would work and answer questions that folks have about it. Ms. Johnson, I appreciate your ask that police department be here to answer those questions. And so, Commander Hallstrom, I will turn it over to you. And I, again, thank you. I think you might have had to leave an hour and 15 minutes ago, but you're still here.
I am still here. Deputy Chief Hallstrom with the Special Support Services.
And I called you Commander. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I
That's
can't
fine.
keep up.
I've known you since I was a commander. So, Support Services Divisions overseeing special operations, who conducts and coordinates and works with the community to host and make these events safe. So the application for the special event, as they come in, have the questions that have been predetermined by the council to be the qualifiers for the credit have been added to the application. We are already prepared to push that application out, even if an event has already submitted an application. They are yes or no questions. If they are all answered yes, it will be applied to the balance of the bill based upon the stipulations of up to $7,000 or 50% of their police security costs.
Commander, can you speak a bit, because one of the concerns we've heard is just about accountability to the department. Ms. Bowie just mentioned this question. I think it's a really fair one. One of the parts of our resolution talks about regular reporting of the department to the council as to what the security costs were that were billed and who received the credit and how much. I want to confirm on the record that your department is prepared to provide that to us.
We are, and we've cooperated, or we've worked with Office of Financial Services and our other city partners to make sure that we're able to accommodate that quarterly reporting to the council.
Thanks, Deputy Chief. Ms. Johnson.
And a couple of questions that I had was just the clarity. So I noticed that there was a version 4 added, and I was wanted to just get clarity on whether or not we were able to resolve ensuring that individuals with an outstanding balance from 2025 would still be able to get the credit in 2026, especially if they're not having a festival.
Yes, so groups with an outstanding balance from 2025 can get the security credit if they're having a festival. I had initially considered a version 4 that would allow events that aren't taking place this year to apply the credit retroactively to their bill from last year. But upon consultation with the city attorney's office, was informed that that would also be similar to the item we just considered, not legal, because we would be essentially writing off now a portion of the bill rather than the whole bill. So it would run into some of the same considerations and concerns. But organizations that have an unpaid balance from last year, this was something that Ms. Bowie introduced as an amendment, would be able to apply for this credit, get this credit, and have their event this year. That would not be a ding on them if they have unpaid bills from before.
Okay, and then I have a couple follow-ups, and I'm just kind of taking on since you're here, and I thank you so much for being here. I was hoping that either yourself or Chief Ford or Chief Henry would be here, so I appreciate you taking the time to make it. And my question for you, during the first public hearing when this item was heard, there was a lot of public feedback that came from just, I think, a general notion with everything that's been going on around community trust. What is is there any communication, just trying to understand from the receiving end, when individuals do apply for the permitting and have to pay for the security costs, will there be any sort of communication on the staff's end, seeing this as an opportunity to kind of rebuild some of that or will there be any communication, I guess, from staff to the entities that are hosting the events at all on the back end?
Thank you for the, yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. My staff spends an extensive amount of time coordinating and communicating and making sure that the event it meets the expectations of the community and standards for safety. But we work extensively with all of the organizers and participate with their events and offer suggestions on how to make the event go smoothly and safely. So we do our best to engage with them as much as they're willing to engage with us.
One of the things that I think would be really helpful, I know that this is not necessarily the police department, but I will share with you, I'll take the time to just also give you a couple of things that concern me. The first is when I look around the chamber currently right now, every single city council meeting that I have attended since I became a council member, there were deputies in the chambers. And for me, that was a big deal, in being able to have that direct, upfront, piece that sometimes it takes seconds to intervene in something or in a matter of security when we're talking about it, right? Like, I personally don't understand why that's been a tension point. I don't necessarily understand why that has changed. And it's something that I wanted to bring to your attention, just of the presence of our police department here in the chambers during meetings that has not continued. I'm not sure, even if they're outside, even if they're watching on the side, I'm not sure the reason or the rationale for why, but that is concerning to me that they're not in here.
So
right
just
now.
so I understand, the question is why are police officers not present in
That's
city
one of the
council?
questions I had, yeah.
Yeah. That was at request of the council,
Which council?
this city council.
Ms. Johnson, if I could interrupt. So I think it is important that we stay on the topic at hand. I'm happy to talk to you, and I think Mr. Williams is happy to talk to you about the decisions that were made about security in the chambers.
I wanted to be able to vocalize that as well. My second question to you is, have you seen the recent posting from the St. Paul Police Federation about the St. Paul City Council's votes? It's easy for me as a community ally to be able to talk with my festivals and my community folks about that trust piece and to really, take that on, this endeavor to really stand by this vote today. I will be supporting it. It is concerning to me, though, that we have St. Paul Police Federation kind of mocking the St. Paul City Council on social media, using the efforts that we have made to create a separation ordinance, to strengthen our separation ordinance, and to put those pieces in place to have security on events that I want to trust are not doing the work of federal agents. And I just want to be clear that if it said the mayor in caption, I think that there would be some internal conversations, and I would hope that that same respect is given to the St. Paul City Council. But just wanting to bring that to your attention as two things that I have seen, and I haven't had a chance to talk directly to the police department about. I haven't had a chance to really hear from Mr. Ross as well, but I do wanted to bring those to you as things to bring back of ways that we can be helpful when it comes to, that community partnership. Because I go back to when this was first heard in the public hearing and the comments that came from those organizers in wanting to have a better partnership with the St. Paul Police Department because these fees were high, because they wanted to see them on site. And I, as a council member, can be a better ally when it comes to being able to talk through that rationale when I also feel protected in my own chambers and when I'm not being mocked on social media by a union that represents sworn officers here in St. Paul. And so I just wanted to be very clear about those and bring those to your attention because it's some things that I'm seeing that are just giving me pause because I'm truly just kind of baffled with that. It's not something that we've had in the last 2 years of just like back and forth pieces. But I just wanted to be very clear that I really want to be able to have that partnership within the St. Paul Police Department. I do find the mockery of city council members on social media, especially from our union that represents our St. Paul Police Department sworn officers, to be inappropriate. And I also would like to revisit the aspect of what it looks like to be safe even in our own chambers when we're advocating for security and safeness in our community on events and festivals too. And so I hope that communication's there and I hope it's landed well. And even if there's more conversation and it hasn't, I just wanted to give that to you, especially in person and directly on the record.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I saw Ms. Jost and then I think Vice President Kim.
Thank you, Council President. We're on version 2, is that correct? Okay. I will be supporting version 2. I really appreciate the effort to try to find alternatives for the mechanism of this money. It's my understanding that, we have a pretty clear set of criteria, and the police department is able to check the boxes for us. It's a first come, first served basis. That was one concern I had, is if we get more applications than we have money for, then who decides who's chosen? And that's where I had a little bit more concern about the police department being the administrators of that. And I'm not going to say that I love it either, but I do feel like it works for this year. I am really open, to other options. I know we've already explored quite a few options over the past year for how to resolve this, but in terms of this year, this seems appropriate to me at this time. So I'll be supporting this version too.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. I think I saw Vice President.
Yeah, I just have
Ms. Bowie.
I think a finance Hannah question for you. So can you talk us through when folks apply for dollars and what that process looks like, and at what point do you hand it off to OFS for these types of grants?
So the question is how would the money flow? Is that essentially
if you can just kind of walk us through that.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's not an exchange of funds. The applicants will answer the questions. The police department is not going to evaluate the answers on the questions. If all 6 boxes are checked yes, that would be deducted. That amount, whatever, $7,000 or 50% of the total of the bill, would be deducted off of the final bill, and then the final bill would be less the credit or the amount applied in the program.
And then, Deputy Chief, my assumption would be that you would alert the dollars, the $155,000 are with OFS right now. So the police department would alert OFS to the fact that had been the security credit, and those dollars would transfer from OFS to the department.
That is my understanding, yes.
Does that?
From OFS to your department, or from OFS to the organization?
To the police department, because we're not cutting checks, we're just decreasing the amount of the security cost. So instead of giving $1, we're saying you pay $1 less.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, brains are.
Yep.
Brains are mush.
No, Ms. Bowie, and then myself, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Council President. I'm just trying to understand, too, on the same vein of Vice President Kim's question, just like what are the actual steps? Because it sounds like you already stated that the police does not handle or manage the accounting or the financing. You don't collect the bills. You set the invoice, but the collection or payment is actually administered through OFS. So it sounds like the only thing that the police will be doing is just basically reviewing the application once it's submitted. So if we can I'm just trying to understand, and maybe this is a question for OFS, but who actually would be the ones like reducing the balance? It sounds like that's OFS. So I guess why aren't we just like having OFS, like why isn't the resolution to have OFS administer it when essentially it's already their funds and they just need to get a signal or communication? It sounds like instead of us taking a vote on how this will be administered, it really sounds like there needs to be correspondence from the police of when an event or festival checks those boxes and meet those criterias.
Yeah, I think, and Deputy Chief, feel free to weigh in, but I think the way that this was designed was to be as easy as possible for festivals to do and for the city to do. So essentially, since organizations, events are already applying to the police department when they get a permit for a festival, the idea is to add those 6 criteria that the council determined to that application. So when they submit that application, they check those boxes. And then if they check all of those boxes, they are informed by the police department discounts their bill that amount.
That's not what I was asking
and
for.
then the dollars come from OFS.
I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to repeat yourself. I guess the most simplest thing is if an event meets the criteria, who should the event organizer reach out to? Like, are they reaching out to the police to make sure that credit was applied to their balance? Are they reaching out to OFS? Because I think we're trying to solve for that. They're not coming back to us, and we have to scramble and figure out who exactly has the confirmation that credit has been applied to their balance.
It sounds like, Deputy Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like they would apply to the police department for their event. They would check those boxes, and the police department would tell them, your security cost has been reduced by this amount because you qualified.
Correct.
And then the police department would tell us that that had happened, so we would have oversight and insight into it? Am I?
Correct. We would notify the event organizer that you've met the requirements that are established in the program, and your bill is being reduced by $7,000 or half of the $7,000.
And just to that point, so it sounds like, and when the event organizer is receiving the invoice, the credit will already be built into their invoice. So this would be first come, first serve based off of when they are billed for their events.
Correct.
But you don't put a permit to the police.
I'm sorry, this isn't a public hearing. Ms. Jost?
Yeah, I was just, I think it got figured out, but it's trying to make it simple in that they already have to reach out to the police for the event security, and we're building that in and reducing their invoice for the police, so that they're basically getting that credit in that way. And that's simpler, I think, by having it go through a channel that they already have to go through. That's my interpretation.
And it sounds like Director Rodriguez, who is still here also, can speak to the city's event process. So maybe, Director, do you want to come up and weigh in on how this would work?
Thank you. Help us out.
Hello. I'm happy to answer any questions.
We're all getting a civics lesson and event planning.
Yeah,
so
we could
it's
do
good.
a special events 101. I had a presentation, but
That was a joke, right?
no, I really
Oh,
do.
sorry. Oh, really?
Not for this meeting, but I
Oh, okay.
was preparing for something else. Just specific to accounting, how we work across departments is that, if there's an outstanding balance for an event and we're looking into future years, we may not issue a permit to that organizer until that unpaid invoice is rectified. Sometimes there is a handoff between departments that sends the invoice to OFS. We have our own accounting units within departments, but there are times when we need to send it to accounts receivable within OFS, and they may seek out collections. That's a very rare circumstance, but it does happen. But that is just partial to the process. I mean, the police invoice on their own for security costs. Parks and DSI and Public Works all have separate invoicing processes for their departments. So there are many different touch points for an event organizer to have to work with within the city, depending on the scope of your event. You might need a permit for a generator through DSI that has a fee. You might have the police costs. You might have tents and other things that require invoicing for different reasons. So there's a variety of different touch points that an event organizer has to sift through, and one of the things that we're working on is to streamline that process and make it easier for event organizers rather than having to talk to 10 to 20 different people across the city, give you one consolidated point of contact that can help work through those things.
Thanks, Director. Are there other questions for Director Rodriguez about the process? Or?
Well, my question was just more so just clarity around if we vote on this and we are saying that the police is going to administer this reduction, I just want to make very clear, like, what are we telling people of who should they go to make sure that their balance was, actually reduced? Is it the permitting coordinator? I don't know, like, what the role is, particularly when someone submits a permit. From my experience, it sounds like they submit it online, and so I just want to have the tangibles, particularly around who was the person that can verify, because we have heard time and time again, right, there's some confusion and tensions, particularly around how the bill is estimated versus how it's the actuals. If we could just make it really clear of what someone can expect if we are moving forward with this vote.
Council President, Council Member, I can just speak to that and then I'll defer to you. It really depends. If it's on parkland, you're starting with a citywide event coordinator in our shop. If it's not on park property or expands into the street, you are working directly with the police, and they have a defined point of contact that facilitates any permits. So I'll let you.
But just to be clear, Director, because Ms. Bowie's question is a really important one, because if we approve this, we want this to be able to go right away. And what I heard you say, Deputy Chief, is it's ready to go tomorrow if we approve this. If someone applies to the police department directly, it sounds like there's a process for having them check these boxes and tell them that their bill has been reduced. If someone comes to the Parks Department but has security costs, is there a way that you funnel folks to the police department, and how would they like, how does that interface work?
Council President, yes, we work in sync with one another. We have what are called block party permit meetings that has every single city department in the same space coordinating these large events and festivals. So if it's on park property, we are working with the police on their billing processes, but just note that the police are billing for police services, nothing else. So that's coming out of their shop.
Ms. Bowie, does that answer your question?
From the parks side, but if Director Andy had shared that it is their, they have a point coordinator, I'm not sure exactly who within the police department handles that. So you can share who's the point person particularly that does the coordination for the police bills.
Sure. Thank you, Council Member. The Special Operations Unit, we have a civilian or professional staff that coordinates most of the event bookkeeping, so to speak, and they will receive, the event requester will receive a shall not exceed bill, detailed bill with itemized line items on it, and it would clearly state that the credit has been applied and reduced from the overall shall not exceed. And then a final bill is sent after the event is concluded, because for rain delays, if event gets shortened or something changes, the bill could go down from the final estimate.
And what's the name of that? What is the job title? You said civilian professional staff. Is that the actual?
Event coordinator.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
So just a process question then, Chief. So the credit would be applied to the final bill, so the festival would have to take place for the credit to be applied, or it gets applied when the permitting is approved, and it's just, I'm trying to know which point, when is the credit approved, and if it is kind of like first come, first serve, it kind of sounds like.
Yes, thank you for the question, Council Member. It is approved upon the first receipt of the application.
Okay.
The 6 questions or the 5 questions are asked. It is authorized for credit. If the event is canceled, no bill would go out.
Okay, so the event itself doesn't have to take place for the credit to be in place. Like, well, it doesn't have to take place before the credit can be in place.
Yes,
Okay.
the credit will be applied day one before we even actually know what the total bill would be.
Okay,
So,
I think that would be helpful just for folks who have events later in the year. So they're not like feeling like it'll run out by the time you get to them. So it sounds like if they do apply like earlier, it's still like helpful because then it'll be applied then, right?
It sounds like a bigger question, but yes.
Okay.
They will be applied and given right away at the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you both for your help. I am moving version 2. I know this has been the subject of, I really appreciate the robust discussion today. I know all of our goal is to get this done. I also know that this is a 1-year situation because what we're talking about at public safety is hopefully a much more holistic solution to this problem. I think that I want to thank Councilmember Bowie for her partnership on this. I think that we have really turned over every rock to see if there's another place for this program to live. I'm moving version 2 because I don't believe that there is, and I think that this is the most effective way to get these dollars out the door. It is already the end of February. I really don't want to go through another year without getting these dollars out. So I'm going to move version 2. If this vote goes down, then I will leave it to my colleagues to find a path forward for these funds, but this is what I have, what I feel is the best way to get these dollars out. So any further discussion of the motion before we take a vote?
And
Ms. Bowie.
And also, thank you, Council President. So just for the record, you aren't moving a version 4 because of the reasons why you stated with this year's balance is not able to solve for last year's balance. But with this version, for those events and festivals that do have outstanding balances and they are applying for this year, they also will be qualified for this credit.
Organizations that are happening this year that have outstanding balances can apply for this credit. There was no way through the city attorney's office to write off a portion of last year's events debt if they're not happening this year.
So for example, if Rondo Days have outstanding balance that's rolled over to this year, if they were to apply for their credit and approve for that credit, the credit can apply to last year's rollover balance plus this year's costs, is what I'm saying.
Yes, essentially they would get the half of the security costs and it would go towards this year's event.
Okay.
But even though they had an unpaid balance, that would not hurt them in applying for this.
Okay. Well, I do think, like we had mentioned before, we're going to have a much larger conversation. I do want the events that's going to apply for a permit this year to get this credit. There is questions particularly around if we have remaining dollars, because some events aren't going to take place. They've already announced that they're not taking place this year. Like, for example, Little Africa. I guess the question particularly is, what do we do with the remaining funds? You know, if there's a pathway forward to make adjustments for some of those credits if we have some remaining dollars. I just want to put that on the record that, you know, I am in support of us reviewing, you know, what the remaining dollars and, you know, adjusting those permits if those issues come about.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bowie. Any further discussion of the motion? Do we need to take, well, we'll take a roll call vote.
Coleman,
Yes.
Johnson,
Aye.
Jost,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Yang,
Aye.
Bowie,
Aye.
Council President Aker.
Aye.
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 18 is resolution public hearing 26 oh no, we already did that, sorry. Item number 18 is ordinance 24-26, amending chapter 65 and 66 of the legislative code pertaining to drive-through sales and services and walk-up service windows.
All right, and for those of you who are still here and follow our legislative process, this is the second, when we have an ordinance, we have 3 readings. The first reading is a staff report where we get information about the ordinance. The second reading is a public hearing, and the third reading is typically final adoption, though sometimes we need more time. This is the second reading of this ordinance, so this is a public hearing. We had a staff report last week. So this is your public hearing. If you're here for item 18, the long-awaited 18.
We have to move version 3.
I am so sorry. I'm going to take a motion from Ms. Jost for version 3. All in favor, say aye.
Wait, should I say what it is?
She's going to say what it is right now.
Okay.
I'm still here.
We're still paying attention. Thank you. So there's a version 3 for this ordinance that's basically modifying the 300-foot buffer adjacent to transit up to 660 feet, which is basically an increase of about a 1/16 of a mile. This is because we really want to kind of gear our this change towards more transit-oriented development in our city, and that is why we made that update.
Okay, so essentially limiting drive-throughs to not be within a block of high-frequency public transit. Not allowing them within a block.
Yeah, that's correct. And Mr. Dermody, I don't think is still here, but sent out, is he still, I couldn't see you behind Councilmember Yang. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and he
okay.
is. I'm here. Wow.
Really appreciate your work too as well to provide us with a map of that update so we could really visualize what that would look like. So thank you.
Great. This is a public hearing. If you're here to testify in this item.
Vote on it first.
Oh, we have to amend it.
Okay, we are going to vote on version 3. All in favor of version, Ms. Yang?
I do have a question about the buffer. So I have a question for, either you, Councilmember Jost, or Bill can take it. When we had our policy committee for this topic, I mentioned that there, we now have BIPOC owners who are operating the vacant Walgreens on Maryland and Prosperity. It's now a grocery store, and it has a drive-through that's built into it because it was a pharmacy. So, in the Walgreens, and so I know that they've shared with me their intentions on in the future, basically opening up a deli and having drive-through available in their store there. And I just want to make sure that the changes in version 3 here won't make it prohibitive for them to actually operate a drive-through. So if they were to want to pursue that, even after the changes here were approved, what would that process look like? So that if they ask questions for me, in these next few weeks, maybe I can hopefully answer those questions. Can you share a bit more about that?
Council President, Councilmember Yang, if there was a drive-through in existence anywhere in the city, there is a process to have a drive-through there in the future. If no matter what it is, whether it's the separation distance or something else in the code that changed, if there was one there today, you can continue it doing it, and if there was one there in the past, there's a process to bring it back or to change it or expand it. In this case, I think that Walgreens actually already had an issue because of its distance from residential. And then there may be an additional issue with the distance to the nearest transit station if when there is a transit station in place. There isn't one today. We've got a couple of lines, the Bronze Line and I forget whether it's the G or H that would potentially go right by here in the future. But in short, there is a process where that could be considered.
Okay, yeah, even if it's close by to, residential properties, and even if the Bronze Line were to come in, there's still a process for
There's
them.
still a process that could go, depending on exactly what they're asking for, to the Planning Commission or to the Board of Zoning Appeals to potentially get approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Yang. It's a really important one. And Mr. Dermody, one thing I would say is I think it will be really important. This was a question we got when we considered this item last year from owners of existing drive-throughs. I think there's a different level of review and process triggered when it is expanded, when the use is expanded. And there were questions about the definition of expanded. If I create a new menu, if I, move my curb out 6 inches. So I do think to Ms. Yang's question, because those processes do matter, having very clear guidance as to what expanded means for a non-conforming use would be really helpful. And we don't need to write that in here. We defer to you to create it, but.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. It's hard to predict every situation. In short, the zoning administrator and DSI will make those determinations as it comes up. One of the most common ones that just came up recently, actually, for a site is, what happens if you add a menu board and split into 2 lanes and then back into 1, and the answer to that was it was not an expansion. So that sort of situation we do have a recent determination on. It's hard to predict every situation though. So hopefully, anybody who wants to reach out in advance should do so either to our office or to DSI, and hopefully we can answer those questions.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for staff before we hold the public hearing? Ms. Coleman. I'm so sorry. Before we vote on version 3. All right, all in favor of version 3 to be the motion for the one that we're considering, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The amendment is approved.
We will now hold a public hearing on version 3. If you're here to testify on this item, please come on up. Make sure to start with your name, where you're coming from. You'll have 2 minutes. Make sure to sign in when you're done. Leave the mics. Welcome.
Thank you all. My name is Jacob Hooper. I'm here with Sustain St. Paul. I'm from the Como neighborhood. I did also put a little visual aid here. I don't know if that can be projected, but
and the voice-activated projector.
So I want to thank you, city councilors, for your hard work on this ordinance. I do know that it has been a really long journey to get here, and that drive-through regulations are not necessarily the flashiest subject, especially at times like this, but this is really important to setting the vision of future development for the city. As you all know, rising property taxes are a top concern among voters. The best way to address this is to encourage sustainable land use, particularly along our transit corridors, which are designed to both serve and benefit from density. For these reasons, we are encouraging you to do version 3, which increases the minimum distance of that new drive-throughs must be located from existing and planned light rail, BRT, and ABRT stops from 300 to 660 feet, as Councilmember Naker says, about 1 city block. Property tax data from Ramsey County demonstrates that drive-through properties generate roughly half the per acre tax value of comparable non-drive-through commercial uses. You can see an overview of that right here. Restaurants and bars, 2.8 million, multifamily and mixed-use commercial, 2.9 million, drive-throughs, just 1.6 million. So it's a lot less. And this data was compiled for us by Urban 3, and some other sustainers are gonna show off some specific examples as well. But I'd also say not only do they provide less immediate tax value to the city, they also hamstring transit-oriented development, which has real potential to improve our tax base, quality of city services, and city experience. We have invested millions upon millions of dollars into light rail, BRT, and the development around them through programs like the county's Critical Corridor Fund. These areas need multi-story residential and mixed-use buildings that generate substantial tax revenue, increase transit ridership, and expand the local customer base for nearby businesses. Let's not squander the immense potential let's not squander the immense potential of these transit corridors with low-intensity suburban land use. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Make sure to sign in. Welcome up.
Good evening, Council President Naker and members of the council. My name is Joe Burkholz. I represent McDonald's and its owner-operators in the city of St. Paul. Thank you for the time and thought that went into version 2 and now version 3 of this ordinance. Acknowledging the changes that are made, removing the total ban on drive-thrus in the mandatory walk-up window was significant for McDonald's owner-operators. Reflects the council listening to small business owners and residents about what is workable for their existing and potential future investments. While McDonald's is a global brand, every restaurant in Minnesota is locally owned and operated by owner-operators that are, they're small businesses run by members of the community. You've previously heard, and I believe many on the council know Courtney Henry and his father, who own and operate many McDonald's in the city of St. Paul and the Twin Cities. Roughly 75% of their business comes from drive-through revenue. For many customers, especially during the winter, for families with young children or for individuals with mobility considerations, the option is not incidental. It's important for how they access the business. We understand the intent behind the updated standards, including the 120-foot residential separation for food and beverage uses and 12 space stacking requirements. We're not asking for those standards to be changed. Our concern is narrower, and I wanted to highlight suggestions we had submitted to council staff around these items. First, on stacking, McDonald's current design often includes multiple service windows to keep traffic moving and reduce idling. We asked for clarification that the stacking requirements be measured from the final service window in the direction of travel. That request is about predictability and site review, not about reducing the required number of spaces. On the 120-foot setback, we understand the goal of protecting residential areas. Our concern is that when combined with stacking and placement requirements, it can create awkward site layouts and have issues with infill properties that raise pedestrian and ADA challenges. Respectfully, we would ask that the council incorporate these changes that we had suggested. They're modest adjustments. Happy to answer any questions, whether here or relay them to council staff that has them. I appreciate the time today.
Thank you very much. Make sure to sign in. We might have Mr. Dermody back up to address some of those. We'll see. Welcome up.
Good evening to the council. My name is Braden Holmes, a cabinet maker and resident of Ward 2, and also sustained St. Paul member. And I would like the council to pass the amendment for the proposed drive-through ordinance, which provides that there be a minimum distance of 660 feet between any new drive-throughs and all existing and planned BRT, arterial BRT, and light rail stops. I present here a graphic of two properties, midline apartments and McDonald's. They are roughly the same size lots, adjacent to each other, and sit just a few hundred feet from a light rail stop. And yet, one of these properties encourages transit use in walkable neighborhoods, while the other snarls traffic, both auto and pedestrian. One of these provide substantial tax revenue for the city, while the other has barely 1/17 the taxable value per acre of the other. And one can provide both housing and ground level retail, while the other is rigid and inflexible in its uses. If St. Paul is to remain true to its ideals of financial and environmental sustainability, should the land with the greatest potential be wasted on one of a city's least efficient and most deleterious business models? If there is a place for drive-thrus in St. Paul, it is certainly not in the vicinity of our great public investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Make sure to sign in. Welcome up.
Council President Naker and members of the council. My name is John Perlich, Vice President of Government Affairs at the St. Paul Area Chamber, where we represent more than 1,600 employers, nonprofits, civic partners who are committed to the future of this city. Removing the outright ban on restaurants and coffee shops and eliminating the requirement that walk-up windows mirror drive-through hours addressed important operational barriers. Even with those improvements, the ordinance continues to create regulatory uncertainty that will influence investment decisions across regulated industries. For that reason, the Chamber continues to encourage a no vote. The 6-space stacking requirement for banks, credit unions, and pharmacies exceed current demand according to our members and may force unnecessary site expansion at best and prevent development at worst. The ordinance also lacks clarity on how stacking is measured, creating unpredictability during site review. Questions also remain about how existing drive-throughs are treated when properties are sold, renovated, or upgraded. Modernization, safety improvements, and technology updates should not place existing operations at risk. We also have concerns about the proposed expansion of the transit buffer zone in version 3, which doubles from 300 to 660 feet. After more than a year of review, introducing a change of this scale 1 week before possible final adoption does not allow adequate time to evaluate parcel-level impacts or unintended consequences. Nearly 40% of the city's existing drive-throughs fall within the proposed buffer. Clear standards are needed regarding how existing operations, property transfers, and reinvestment would be treated under this expanded boundary. Drive-throughs remain an important operational tool that supports safety, access, and customer expectations. Adding avoidable uncertainty to the development framework sends the wrong signal as the city works to attract and retain investment.
Thank you so much. Make sure to sign in. Welcome up.
Michelle Molstead, Ward 1. Woohoo. And I'm also here as a member of Sustain St. Paul. I want to talk about one of my favorite things, food, and one of my least favorite things, taxes. But you can all see this, right?
We can.
And I support this version. When I look at this picture, it has one of my favorite places, Doge Pizza, which you can probably see. And then I have to admit that I have eaten a fair amount of Arby's beef and cheddars over the years, and also filet of fishes. So I don't think anybody is saying eliminate those things. You just might have to go slightly further afield or go inside. And there are lots of things we can talk about, 3.5 million per acre versus 1.9, other statistics that other people have talked about. But I think it boils down to what do we want our city to look like? And I think for me, over the last couple of months especially, as my partner Vi and I have biked and walked and taken transit and driven to local businesses where we walk in, we meet the owners, we meet the people cooking the food, we meet the people who have the grocery stores. What does St. Paul look like? And I can talk about the heat sink that parking lot is. I can talk about waiting in line in a drive-through. And again, it's not an elimination. It's just a vision of what are our values. So I encourage a yes vote on this, and I look forward to seeing you all here and other similar places as well. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you. And thanks for reminding us we haven't had dinner yet. Just kidding. So thanks for reminding us we haven't had dinner yet, but I was just kidding. It actually made me feel better to see those pictures. Welcome up.
Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Luke Hansen. I live on Eleanor Avenue in Ward 3. I too am with Sustain St. Paul, and I'd like to share some more visual examples of the tax value per acre that drive-throughs have relative to other similar nearby businesses that don't have drive-throughs. I think these examples are pretty staggering, actually. Here's one from Snelling Avenue. This is the Starbucks, the Carbucks that started this whole study in the first place. It yields a tax value per acre of about $3 million. That means that the taxable market value of the property, the building, and the parking, divided by the size of the land, measured in acres, is $3 million per acre. Meanwhile, 2 blocks south of their Luminary Coffee House and the building that it's in with 5 other businesses generates almost 4 times as much tax value per acre. We ought to be interested in this metric value, like understanding the efficiency that buildings, that property are generating tax revenue to pay for the services and the infrastructure that we need to maintain the city of St. Paul are yielding for us within a finite amount of land. Another example here, this time a pharmacy. This is the Walgreens nearest my home. It has a tax value per acre of about $3 million. And nearby, the St. Paul Corner Drug, no parking, and no parking lot yields nearly 3 times that much. This is at Snelling and St. Clair. Here's a McDonald's close to the state capitol at University and Marion Street. A couple blocks to the west is Tejo Restaurant. It has a parking lot and yet yields almost twice as much tax value per acre. Here's the Culvers on Snelling, we're on University Avenue, just a few blocks east of Snelling, 4.8 million per acre. Meanwhile, a few blocks to the east, the Blackheart yields 30 to 40% more in tax value per acre. Here's an Arby's on Suburban Avenue, just south of I-94 East on the east side. Its tax value per acre is less than half of that of the Little Oven, a local restaurant a mile to the north.
And unfortunately, that is time. So
thank you.
If you want to share those pictures with us afterwards, we'd love to see them. Thank you so much. Make sure to sign in. Is there anyone else here to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I will take a motion from Ms. Jost to close the public hearing and lay the matter over till March 11th, or would we like to have comments?
1 week layover would be March.
I'm sorry, March 4th. March 4th.
Did you also want to leave the public hearing open? That's what was communicated.
Should we leave? We can leave the public hearing open.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, that's what I heard from Tom.
Yeah, we should leave. You're right.
Okay,
yeah,
so the motion from Ms. Jost is to continue the public hearing and lay the matter over till March 4th. Is there any discussion of the motion? All right. I want to thank everyone for coming out to testify. We've got a lot to think about and some time to do it, so really appreciate the testimony and people being willing to stay quite a while tonight. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The public hearing is continued to March 4th. Item number 19 is Ordinance 26-9, adopting the geothermal energy franchise by the Heights Community Energy, Inc.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Ms. Yang to close the public hearing and lay the matter over till March 4th for final adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
6 in favor, none opposed. The public hearing is closed and the item is laid over to March 4th for final adoption. Item number 20 is Ordinance 26-11, granting authority to the Port Authority to issue and sell bonds in the principal amount of $6 million and any bonds to refund such bonds, to secure such bonds with a pledge of the full faith, credit, and resources of the city, and to use the proceeds derived from the sale of such bonds to pay for the cost and expense necessarily to be incurred by said Port Authority for a portion of the cost of the redevelopment of a part of St. Joseph's Hospital site.
If the Port Authority writes another item like that, I'm never going to vote for it again. Just kidding. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will move to close the public hearing and lay the matter over till March 4th for final adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The public hearing is closed and the item is laid over to March 4th for final adoption. Item number 21 is Ordinance 26-12, amending Section 310.01 of the Legislative Code to create new fee categories and associated license fees for transportation network companies.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Ms. Yang to close the public hearing and lay the matter over till March 4th for final adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The public hearing is closed and the item is laid over to March 4th for final adoption. Item number 23 is Resolution Public Hearing 26-62, amending the 2026 PED operations budget to include HRA Housing Trust Fund funding for the emergency rental assistance staffing citywide.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Oh, no.
Do you have to do do you want to do the staff report or no? Okay.
Take a motion from Ms. Johnson to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The public hearing is closed.
Ms. Johnson.
All right. Well, I am really excited about today for a lot of reasons, but in part, this is the day that we as a city are taking the steps to invest additional resources into our emergency rental assistance program. This has been I would say, a very long process, but I think in general, really responsive process to what we have seen and really had to bear witness to and experience together as a city. We understood before with this investment that there are a large amount of families and residents in St. Paul who are having to choose between putting food on the table and being able to keep a roof off their head. And we are seeing evictions rise in many places throughout the city of St. Paul. And then also with Operation Metro Surge, we saw that really exacerbated when it came to
families who now are making the painful choice to stay home because they're not feeling secure still to this day to go back to work. Or some families who now have their breadwinner who is no longer with us here in the United States, but now is elsewhere. And so this is an effort to also respond to that. I'll point our attention to the administrative order that also is on this agenda that codified the transfer of $500,000 from local affordable housing aid dollars, and showing that this amendment would also match that with an additional $926,000 to make the grand total today of the investment in the Emergency Rental Assistance Fund of $1.4 million in additional funding and resources, which is a huge deal. That's almost doubling essentially what we have placed into the emergency rental assistance this year. And it cannot be overlooked, and it's not a small feat. And I ask for my counterparts and your support on this. I thank Councilmember Vice Chair Jost for also stepping in and being a part of those discussions at the Housing Authority, with the Housing and Redevelopment Authority, with our director, and I think just everyone's emails and even just the push from colleagues to ask about this and to really see it happening. We know, if we've been watching at all, right, West St. Paul has put in resources for emergency rental assistance. The city of Minneapolis has done the same. And so we're joining other cities that are doing this because right now is a time to react to this. I appreciated the conversations earlier to try to get these resources out of the door earlier. I'll be moving to, for an April 1st launch, as you heard from today, right? It was open for 23 days and we received 610 applications. So if you're wondering if this is needed, it definitely is. And in many ways, I staked around for this as well because I just know how important this is and how important this investment will be. And we need the staffing to do it, and that's just the facts. And so being able to get this resource in and the additional 2 staffers that will be joining this team in order to get the resources out the door and to really be an emergency response program, it takes people, it takes capacity. And I've heard Director McMahon, I've heard Director Jules Antagna talk about the need to make sure that we're investing in staffing long term. So this is what that attempts to do. And I want to just say thank you to the Deputy Director Green who sat through this meeting for this particular item, as well. And I thank you for your partnership and getting together the board reports. You all received the slides as well for her presentation that she put together and took the time for, but it is echoed in the board report and the financial analysis. And so with that, I move approval.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The motion on the table is for approval. I will just say I really
apologize.
appreciate.
It has to be a public hearing.
We just had it.
We had it. We
Yep.
closed it. Hello.
I know.
Yep. I move approval.
We're all
Welcome.
tracking.
Yes.
I almost said that too. I want to thank you for your leadership on this. I think it shows that you said that you were following along to our meetings, and it was proven when we had a public hearing on federal immigration operations, and during that meeting, Vice President Kim was able to read a text from you saying, and we're getting the emergency rent assistance out on March 4th, or actually even today. So we felt like we were being observed from above and beyond, and you were one of our millions of viewers, and you were even leading from afar. So thank you for doing this. Excited to be able to get these dollars out. Any further discussion of the motion? Vice President Kim and then Ms. Coleman.
Yeah, just really, really grateful. I know when I initially had asked the question, basically Chair Johnson was like already on it. And I was like, I'm maternity leave. Okay, great. But I think, so I'm just so grateful for your leadership because we now more than ever, local government is sort of the most flexible, responsive space to be. Especially in Minnesota. Right now there is a bill hearing on rental assistance today that Representative Kozlowski brought to the table, and we are likely not to get it done this year. But pre the new year, 7% of Minnesotans were at least 1 month behind on their rent, which equated to over $50 million. And so if we're talking about what the need looks like, it is astronomical, which is why we're also looking at mutual aid funds and I saw one that the goal for this month alone was $1 million for their neighborhood. So it's to name that the responsiveness under your leadership, I'm just so incredibly grateful for. It makes me feel really good to be a part of the city council, to go out in community and say, yes, and Chair Johnson is adding more money and staffing to ensure that these resources go out into community, and they go out into community right now. So just really grateful for your leadership. And if folks have the ability to go lobby at the Capitol, because we need rental assistance from there as well.
Thanks, Vice President. Ms. Coleman.
I will add to what others have said, which is that it sets a new bar for coming back from maternity leave and being like, and also here's $1.4 million for emergency rental assistance. So nobody can ever go on maternity leave again unless they're coming back with that energy. I'm so, but truly, like on a serious note, and like Vice President Kim said, it's just been so reassuring to know that you've been on top of this and that you are finding this funding and making this happen, because this is such a critical need. A study that I'm guessing many in this room have seen came out today from North Star Policy, finding that since Operation Metro Surge started, there's been $106 million in wages lost in the Twin Cities alone. That's devastating. The scale of this devastation is so hard to even begin to wrap one's head around. And like Council Vice President said, this has been a need for so long. And like the city has been responding to, like Chair Johnson has been responding to for years now, we know that people need this type of financial support. And that need has grown, I won't say immeasurably, but people are measuring it, but in massive, massive ways in just a few months. And it will be, we know what this looks like when wages are lost, when people can no longer go to work, when people, have lost jobs, lost security, lost family members. This crisis is going to continue. And so I think that the sustainability of the work that we're doing here is so essential, in investing in staff, investing in our capacity to actually get the money out the door, because this isn't going to be just something that's needed today, tomorrow, March 1st, April 1st. This is going to continue to be a long-term need throughout our city. So I'm very, very enthusiastically supporting this, and I'm just grateful to the council for continuing to find innovative ways to move forward in response to this crisis.
Thanks, Ms. Coleman. Ms. Jost, and then Ms. Yang.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. I just really want to commend Chair Johnson. Since Chair Johnson has joined this council, she's been a champion for emergency rental assistance, and she has followed through on that promise. And especially because she's been working so hard and well on maternity leave and been very proactive on this issue, we are ready to go with this now in this moment when our community really needed it. So thank you so much, and I'm just really excited to see this pass and the positive impact that it'll have on our community.
Thank you. Ms. Yang.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo everything that my colleagues already shared. Thank you to you, Councilmember Johnson, or Chair Johnson, and also Vice Chair Joes, and all of the staff for their work, and really to the council here too for the enthusiastic support for this. I mean, Councilmember Johnson, you and I shared the 55106 zip code, which we know is the zip code in our city that has experienced the highest levels of eviction, and more families are on the verge of eviction because of Operation Metro Surge in our communities too. So this is going to have such a huge impact to many families who are being harmed and experiencing violence in so many ways right now. So I'm very excited to support this.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. All right, any further discussion of the motion? If not, Ms. Johnson.
Just want to say also, I really do appreciate the partnership and the effectiveness as well of our assistant mayor, Nick Stumo-Langer, and our mayor, Cully Herr, as well, because things can move quickly when we are in partnership with, and so with the council, when folks are on line with the departments, and when the mayor's office is ready to go as well. So that's a huge part of this too. The $500,000 could not have happened as fast without their support, so I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, and agreed. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 25 is Resolution Public Hearing 26-42, amending the financing and spending plans in the Department of Public Works Capital and Capital Maintenance contingency budgets to transfer $90,000 for the Dale Street roof replacement.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I will take a motion from Vice President Kim to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 26 is Resolution Public Hearing 26-38, authorizing the Department of Parks and Recreation to amend the financing and spending plan in the amount of $10,000 and to enter into a grant agreement with the Minnesota Historical Society to accept Minnesota Historical and Cultural Heritage Grant Funds.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Ms. Coleman to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 27 is Resolution Public Hearing 26-55, authorizing an increase in the Parks and Recreation 2026 Grant Fund budget in the amount of $510,000 to reflect grant fund awarded from the State of Minnesota DNR for a recurring operational grant at the Como Zoo and Conservatory for state fiscal years 2026 and 27.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Vice President Kim to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 28 is Resolution Public Hearing 26-52, approving the application of Meafy Beat Inc. DBA Shamrock's Irish Nook for a sound level variance in order to present amplified sound for St. Patrick's Day weekend event on Saturday, March 14th and Tuesday, March 17th at 995 West 7th Street, Shamrock's Irish Nook.
I feel like there might be a holiday coming up based on our sound level variance roster. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Ms. Jost to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 29 is Resolution Public Hearing 26-51, approving the petition of Marion McAvoy to vacate easterly half of North-South Alley right-of-way abating 2105 Scudder Street.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? You have waited a very long time. Welcome up.
Thank you so much, council members, council president.
And just stand right in between the two microphones.
Oh,
and there
I
you go.
apologize.
No, you're fine.
I'm
and remember to start
Marianne. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm Marianne McAvoy, and I wanted to say thank you to Council Member Coleman for sponsoring this resolution. This piece of land that I'm asking to be vacated, even though it's on paper, it's a public right-of-way, but as far back as I can remember, it's never been used that way. And I won't take up any more of your time. I'll just put myself at your disposal for any questions anyone may have. And I just want to say thank you very much for considering this.
Thank you so much for taking time to come out and speak with us. And I hope you enjoyed the meeting in general.
Thank you.
There was a lot here tonight.
I've learned a lot. Thank you.
You can please sign in.
Yes.
Anyone else here to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will take a motion from Ms. Coleman to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 30 is Resolution Public Hearing 26-53, approving the petition of Ruth Dill Mackey to vacate the westerly half of the north-south alley right-of-way abutting the south 98 feet of 2115 Scudder Street.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Ms. Coleman to close the public hearing and approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted. Item number 31 is Public Hearing 26-4, public hearing on grievances about federal immigration operations.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? Welcome up. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Amelia. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm here to speak today because I'm concerned about the safety of my neighbors, and I'm urging the City Council to designate safe zones around hospitals, schools, and child care centers, which would prohibit federal agent activity within these zones. Children should be able to attend school, parents should be able to access child care, and everyone should be able to access medical care without fear of being detained by ICE. I recently had a conversation with a parent who was struggling to explain to his child why their friends were no longer showing up to school. Children should not have to deal with the stress of hiding at home, and their friends should not have to deal with them suddenly being gone from school. On top of that, children should not have to deal with the trauma of ICE showing up at a school or a child care center. And then finally, nobody should have to make the hard choice to delay medical care for fear that they will be detained. Therefore, I'm urging you to take bold action and designate safe zones to protect St. Paul's citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Make sure to sign in. Welcome up.
Hello, my name is Peter Sentner. I'm a resident of Ward 2, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the neighborhood organization that I'm a part of, Neighbors Protecting Neighbors, as well as on my own personal accord. I wanted to first start off by commending this body for passing additional funding for emergency rental assistance. It's been something that's been top of mind for me and my neighbors for a long time. I know I've spoken about this at the past couple council meetings, and in this moment it's nice to be able to celebrate a victory. Each one of those dollars will be very beneficial to the people that will end up receiving it. So thank you very much for that action and that tangible beneficial outcome. I do want to reiterate some of the recommendations that I've made to this body, both in written format, to which I have not received a response as of yet. I did have a productive conversation yesterday, Council President Naker, at the community conversation that we had over in Dayton's Bluff. Actually had a really productive conversation, Councilmember Johnson, with your legislative aide, Melanie. She was fantastic, so really appreciate her being there. I did send a follow-up email to her as well. I look forward to hearing a response to that. The gist of what I want to say to this body is that we really appreciate, members of this community who have personally been putting their time, their energy, their money on the line to improve the lives of fellow citizens and fellow St. Paul residents. We appreciate this effort. There are some things that are controllable, that are within the power of this city and with this body, that we can be updating to provide better information, better access to the resources that we're creating. And I urge you to do that. Updating the emergency rental assistance website is something that I brought up in this email over a week ago. It hasn't been updated in 79 days now. So things like that, please follow up with me. Would love to talk more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Make sure to sign in. Anyone else here to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Ms. Johnson to continue the public hearing until March 4th. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
7 in favor, none opposed. The public hearing is continued to March 4th.
And as always, we thank everyone for coming out and giving us suggestions. I know that both safe zones and that communication about emergency rent assistance are ideas that we have heard and are pursuing. So feel free to follow up with us directly via email in between meetings if you want to discuss further as well. That brings us to our legislative hearing consent agenda. Sorry, Greg, stealing your thunder.
Legislative hearing consent agenda items 33 through 39 are before you for your 32 through 39 are before you for your consideration.
Ms. Mormont.
The only one for consideration would be item number 32.
Item number 32 is RLH TA 26-11, ratifying the appealed special tax assessment for property at 839 Edmond Avenue.
Ms. Mormont.
Council President, council members, in this case, the owner is not able to be present right now. He did submit a letter this afternoon, and what it indicates is that he believes he was already assessed for this vacant building fee because he had an appeal last June. What he actually appealed last June was the letter telling him, you gotta renew your registration, you got an annual fee. When that fee from last year went unpaid, it became an assessment, and that's what's in front of you today. So just to clarify for the record that the bill was appealed, unpaid bills get assessed, and that will probably help out down the line. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Mormont. So I will take a motion to that effect from Ms. Bowie.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion of that motion? And it's the 1 week layover. Is that right, Ms. Mormont? Oh, sorry. It's
recommend approval.
Oh, sorry, recommend approval. I got confused by my notes. All right. What?
There does still need to be the public.
Yes. We will hold a public hearing on this item. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? I feel like the flight attendant in Meet the Parents. Okay. Seeing that there is no one here to speak on this item, I'll take a motion from Ms. Bowie to approve the recommendation of the legislative hearing officer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
7 in favor, none opposed. The resolution is adopted.
Anything else for separate consideration, Ms. Mormont?
No.
All right. We will hold a public hearing on all of the remaining items. Is there anyone here to speak to any of those items? Seeing none, I'll take a motion from Ms. Jost for the balance of the legislative hearing consent agenda with all of the amendments from the legislative hearing officer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
7 in favor, none opposed. The legislative hearing consent agenda is adopted as amended.
That brings us to the end of a very long agenda, but I'm looking around, I'm seeing glints in people's eyes, and I feel like there's still good news, either that or the glints or something else. Vice President Kim.
I have good news. So the city has developed a survey to better understand the economic impacts of recent federal immigration enforcement to our business communities here in St. Paul. All of our businesses in St. Paul are encouraged to participate in this anonymous survey. It is available online. The survey is available in English, Spanish, Somali, Hmong, and Karen. And just very briefly, it is 5 questions that ask what type of business do you operate, have any appointments or events or tours have been canceled? What sort of describes your business area in terms of where it's located in St. Paul? And since December 2025, have you experienced any of the following challenges? And it sort of outlines different options for folks to select. And if you have experienced any of the challenges above, like employees not showing up to work or difficulty hiring, retention, decreased sales, et cetera, what have been the impacts for your businesses? And that could look like decreased hours, cutting back in employee hours, reduced profit or owner pay. And then then we're also asking the total financial loss estimated due to the increased federal immigration and anything else folks would like to add. So a very simple online form, again, offered in multiple languages, and please submit them as soon as possible because I think a lot of us are very interested. What is that dollar amount for St. Paul, and how can we respond accordingly as a city?
And it looks like Mr. Staley has a comment.
I just wanted to say that's great. People should do that, but they should not include any personally identified. It doesn't ask for it, but I think there's an area to put that information. This is information that will be maintained by the city, so we'd rather not have that personal identifying information. So
Thank you.
Don't put it in the
Comment section.
comment section.
Thank you.
It's me. Watch out.
This is why we have our attorneys. Other good news, Ms. Yang.
Yeah, this Saturday, February 28th, the Greater Eastside Community Council is having a coffee and conversation where neighbors can get to know each other. It'll be 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. at the Kramer Community Room. So that's 1380 Rose Avenue East in St. Paul.
Thanks, Ms. Yang. Ms. Bowie.
Thank you, Council President. Excuse me. So Ramsey County and St. Paul is hosting a Black History Month celebration tomorrow at the Hamlin University, which I'm an alumni, woo-hoo, go Pipers, at the Class Center, 3rd floor from 1 to 4:30 p.m. Again, this is tomorrow, hosted by Ramsey County in the city of St. Paul. There is an RSVP form that's posted online. You could go to social media or on our website. For that, we'll be celebrating the 100 years, so it's our official event. And also, I just want to give a shout out to Cassandra, Miss Cassandra, who she works for Ramsey County, but she also brings a lot of joy to our work and visits us and greets us with bubbles. But she is actually coordinating and organizing this event, so I know I'll be there. I believe Mayor Herr also will be one of the keynote speakers as well.
Thank you, Ms. Bowie. Well, not to compete with the coffee and conversation, which I think everyone should go to maybe first, but also on Saturday, it's a busy Saturday, at 8 a.m., and I think kind of throughout the day, there is a Skyway 5K. And it is exactly what it sounds like. And the tagline is, run where no one has run before. Literally, they don't let people do this. So it is a first of its kind Skyway 5K, all in the Skyways. It starts at Union Depot. Yours truly, I think, is going to actually be running it, maybe walking it. We'll see how she does. And it will be fun. So encourage people. And this is all being planned by folks who just love downtown, want to bring vibrancy to the Skyways. And it's definitely a first of its kind. So encourage people to come out, volunteer, participate, watch, whatever you would like to do. Ms. Jost.
Thank you, Council President. I was under the impression that you would be there because I will also be there too.
Was I backtracking that a little bit just now? Because I'm feeling tired. I will be there.
Really excited about that event. It's a first of its kind. I'm hearing a lot of excitement all over the city for this. I think I forgot, but there's a lot of people signed up for it. And so it's going to be really great.
I think 700.
Yeah. Yes, 700.
In the Skyway?
In the Skyway.
It's, what's the word when they don't start all at the same time?
Staggered.
Staggered?
No,
For
there's
races.
different heats.
Heats. There we go. Staggered. Anyway.
So I'll be there too, and looking forward to it. And I also want to share the good news from last week. Highland District Council put on a big trivia night, and the team, there were dozens of people there. The team, known as the Tom Bastian Fan Club, were the champions of the trivia night. So,
which may or may not have included.
May or may not have included Ward 2 and Ward 3. But it was a really great event. There were quite a few people there, and it was all about trivia from Ward 3, well, from Highland Park and from St. Paul in general. So it was a great event, and it was a lot of fun.
Ms. Bowie.
Sorry, last but not least. So I'm actually hosting a STAR info session. We know with the STAR grant, the Cultural STAR and also Neighborhood STAR is due March 13th, and those dollars go a long way for many of our artists and businesses. So I'll be hosting an info session on Monday from 3:30 to 4:30 at the Springboard for the Arts. So everyone is welcome. I mean, obviously, I want to, serve the Ward 1, but everyone is welcome. We'll be having staff there to answer any questions, as well as some of the board members of the Cultural Star board there.
Thank you for doing that. That's important information for folks to have. All right. And Ms. Mormon has some news.
Oh. Ooh, some gifts.
And loot, some treats.
I have enough for 7 council members. I'm sorry, I don't have more in it. Okay. All right, so those are resistance buttons. It's the Minnesota Loon. And so here's the thing, is that tomorrow is Red Hat Day. And what the Red Hat is what the Norwegians used in Nazi occupation to signal to each other that they were in the resistance. And so this is the anniversary of when the Nazis told them they couldn't wear red hats anymore. And so what they did was they started using red hats in their arts and crafts and things, so they were able to signal it without signaling it. And I just thought it would be a nice way to acknowledge how many people are out in the streets and signaling to each other that we are a community, and that's what I have.
Thank you, Ms. Mormon. It's beautiful. Thank you for the pins. The hat also looks really good on you, for what it's worth.
That's right.
All right, with that brings us to the end of a very productive day. Thank you all. We are adjourned.
Oops, sorry. It's a better, pleasurable